second. Give me a second. I have to start over. Where's the microphone? I don't want to fucking record it. Great. All right, let's try this again. All right, let's try this again. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. All right, on YouTube, let me know if you guys can hear me. And on X, let me know if you guys can hear me. I just think the fucking pettiness, people need to grow up. Thank you, Katalia. All right, and on X, can you guys hear me on X? I got knocked off, so I had to come back in. All right, come on now. Here's, let me send it. Here is the link. Um, okay. You guys can still hear me? I just need to make sure. Um, Something else that I needed to do with this. Shit. Let me see. All right. Pin this to the profile. Yeah, and this is, don't start with an attitude. Shut up, Money Mike. I don't have an attitude. It's just that, when you peep someone just being petty, I'm a, you just I'm saying it out loud. But it's you know, it's too I hear you, and I think you could tell you, but there's no need for, I don't know. I'm letting it go. I'm just letting it go. So, all right, I'm just waiting for the judge to come up. So I had to, and the thing is, I created this space hours ago. And I hate that when you have to, when you go live and it doesn't work out and you got to restart a new one. Um, I hope I spelled everything right. If not, I could just go in and correct it. Judge Joe Brown's rulings. So yeah, it kind of, I got kicked out of the first one because I had got a phone call, and so it knocks. And when I couldn't reconnect. It ended. I think if you are going for a minute, you can't really reconnect. So I had it just ended the space, the original space. So I had to create another one. And sometimes when you create one, I don't know, it's just different. It could be a little bit frustrating, but we're here and just waiting for the judge to come up. Let me call him to see if he got the link, the right one, and not the first one. Because this is not my space. This is his space. Uh, let's see. And I wanted, I want us to have a good space tonight because he's going to be out of town for the rest of the week. Uh, let's see. Well, let me call him here. But please repost, like, share the YouTube live stream. I'm trying to get on. Be right there. Okay, I sent you a new one because I had to start. Oh, he hung up. Shit. Well, I hope he realized that he clicks on the last one because that's the one I sent him. Yeah. So we're just waiting. How's everybody day? Hi, Dexter, Will, Prince, Barb, Gail, Mel. Who else? Lonnie. She need his black votes. Um, a real news show. Oh, that was nice. Okay, so on YouTube, the title is, what is the title on YouTube? The title on YouTube, I put Game of Thrones. Will New York Governor Hochul fire Mayor Adams, right? And on X, the title says Judge Joe Brown's rulings, white supremacy or black stupidity. And I think it was Loud who suggested that. And I could have sworn that we did a space with that title before. Um, but I think it's very well needed because, as you all know, that done. The legacy media is, they always told with Democrats and the leftists are always told in white supremacy, white privilege, Trump is a racist, blah, 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 blah. You know? And usually it's a black person saying it. And these are black people who are stupid to a certain degree. Very cold in Chicago. Yeah. I bet you he's probably clicking on the old link and not the new one. So let me send it to him again. Um, and I always say I don't want to be up here too long, but we end up being up here long. So I'm pretty sure we're probably going to be up here past midnight today. I don't know. But either way, so yeah, so this is a plethora of topics, right? It is open mic, so people could, come up and speak about whatever's going on in the news or whatever's on their mind, or you have a question for the judge as far as legal and stuff like that. And you guys on YouTube, if you have a question, you could send it super chat or just put a question in the chat and I will ask the judge the question. And then on X, you guys can request to come up to speak. So, yeah. Let me call him again. What is he doing? This man has no sense of time. Like, dude, I just spoke to you. Finally. I'm just sending you an automatic host request. I'm not even bringing you up as a speaker. I just sent you the co-host request. I just sent you the co-host request. All right. You can hear me?
Roger that, loud and clear.
Are you driving now?
In a parking lot.
Oh, you're still in the parking lot. It sounds like you're driving.
Going to let up the window.
All right. So I have ran a topic by you earlier. What is that person name? I need to acknowledge him real quick. Oh, lead with logic. So the last space, lead with logic, he suggested that your Tuesday X spaces be called Judge Joe Brown rulings on ... And so I put Judge Joe Brown ruling semicolon white supremacy or black stupidity, right? So it's basically it's a broad statement that can fill up with a lot of different types of discussion. And the reason why somebody gave me that suggestion, and I could have sworn we did that, but we talked about that before. However, the word white supremacy.
We did.
Yeah. However, the word white supremacy is coming up a lot now in the legacy news outlets, the Democrats, and everyone who did not vote for Trump and who dislikes Trump. So it's still open mic, everybody. So you don't have to talk about what's in the title. You could talk about whatever else, what's going on in the news, or if you have a question for the judge, whether it's about legal, constitution, or whatever. So it's still open mic. It's just that sometimes I do have an underline. And then also, Judge, on YouTube, I put a title, Will New York Governor Hochul fire Mayor Eric Adams? And then I put Game of Thrones because she already got heat coming from the feds. And now she's trying to put heat on Mayor Eric Adams, I guess, as retribution for flipping in support of Trump so he can stay out of prison. So it's a lot going on. Do you want to comment on anything before I get to
Just a general statement. A lot of elected officials are acting like they want to go to jail because they're doing it.
Right. And you have Al Sharpton. Yeah, I see your comment. Dexter. Al Sharpton, he showed up to the governor's New York City office, but it's like, dude, who the hell are you? Like, what kind of, okay, so you have the clout of the black vote in New York City, so you're going to tell black voters to not support Mayor Eric Adams because what? You don't like the fact that he is assisting Trump when it comes to ICE and deporting the illegals? Like, come on.
See, resisting ICE on the illegals is a violation of Title 8, Section 1324. It's criminal. It means aiding and abetting, giving comfort, advice, assisting, collaborating, conspiring to give assistance, etc., shelter, aid in any form, and they're doing it.
Yeah. All right. So, like I said, if you guys want to request to come up, please do so. Please don't wait until like the third hour to request when we're about to close out. So, Gibson, hi, how are you?
Well, hello to the stage. Hello, I am Will, the judge, and I just been sitting back listening lately, and I've been watching my community complain about everywhere I travel around the United States, complain about Elon Musk and this, that, and the other. I was like, why are y'all so upset that Elon Musk has been chosen to show the corruption that is going on in our government? You got 35 cents in your pocket. Seem like you'll be happy that this is being exposed. This is why you don't have any money. You're a taxpayer and your money is going around the world for absolutely nonsense. So I don't get it. I can't wrap my head around it when I speak to people in my community. I'm like, are we cursed? I don't know, but it's something that is very sad about my community when I hear these amount of people complain about the corruption that is being exposed in the government, and you're broke, dead broke. It makes absolutely no sense. And on my mail, he's a hypocrite. I work with this dude. He's whichever way the wind blow, he goes that way. So I don't care one way or whether they remove him from office or the voters remove him from office. The guy's a straight up hypocrite. I don't know, but I'm planning on doing something huge in DC soon, and I keep y'all posted on that to support Elon Musk and President Trump and what they are doing. Because as a black man, and I'm not on black at all, no, but I am a black man. But I know the black Americans have been downtrodden by both.
Um,
Amen to that.
This is some this is something that must be dealt with. We need black new leadership. We cannot no longer have Al Sharpton, Hakeem Jeffries, none of these people in Congress. They have let the black community down. And I never been a reparationist, but when I seen all the waste, all the complete fraud, and the billions and millions going to absolutely nonsense, it made me become a reparationist. I don't give a damn. Give me reparations. So you got so much money to give other people in the world. Give it to the black Americans and watch the economy flourish. So y'all done kick me up to the reparations side. And I'm gonna be fighting for that. And I'm gonna be showing all the waste, all the millions and trillions of dollars that our black leadership, along with these white liberals, have allowed to happen throughout the world. As we sleep on the bridges, as I travel, I see tents on the bridges filled with black people while illegal aliens live in luxury hotels. As y'all know, 59 million was just sent to New York for the city for the luxury hotels for illegal aliens. I am just disgusted by what I am seeing. I am glad that President Trump picked Elon Musk to do this job. And I tell my black community, you know, God chose this man at this time, chose Elon Musk at this time to expose and try to open our eyes up to where our tax dollars has been gone while our people suffer in our land there. Thank you.
yeah. Let me just say this too. So, people who are not black, I definitely want you to engage in this discussion, you know, to discuss this quote unquote white supremacy narrative that the left and everyone else who is anti-Trump is pushing, right? And because that's really the only thing they could think of to have some type of substance of movement. And like I said, anybody want to request to come up, please do so. And you know, white supremacy or black stupidity, um which I am particularly talking more so to black people, because I don't understand why is it that when it comes to the word white supremacy or racism that we get so emotionally involved, and it takes, for me, to me it takes the focus away of what's important, having an agenda, getting public policies, you know, for your particular community, and just handling business. And white supremacy right now in 2025, white supremacy can't hold you back. But these same politicians on the Democrat side that talks about white privilege and white supremacy, they are actually exercising white supremacy tactics to keep black people at the bottom or in the same position, or just, you know, with limited resources or no type of progress. And that is the stupidity for black Americans who feed into the Democrat talking points of white supremacy and white privilege. uh Catherine.
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Uh, I am so proud right now that I am on this call. Um, Judge Joe Brown, you are one of the realists. I just want to say that first. And I'm understanding that the word white supremacy has been thrown around to us for years. But my thing is the only thing holding us back is black supremacy. And those are our black leaders who are misleading us, who have been misleading us. I think that Martin Luther King once said that, he felt like he was leading his people into a burning house. And I understand that today, knowing that these black leaders, the Black Caucus, the Maxine Waters, and all these, and the new ones that's coming out, are still trying to lead us into this burning house. And now I'm also understanding what Malcolm X was saying when he said the field nigger and the house nigger. The house nigger was the one running to put the fire out, and the field nigger was hoping for a wind come through. So I'm watching these Democrats try to put the fire out in this White House. The Democratic Party, I mean, is burning down, and they are steady trying to throw water on it, and also trying to, blind us in the meantime, while they want us out there following. They are marching against something that makes us as a people look so stupid, because we are looking as if we want, our money to be taken, by this government that was before Trump. We don't want that. We don't want that. We want to know where our tax dollars are, and why were you guys hiding it from us? They never came out against it, never warned us, never gave us any clue that this was going on. They just blindly led us to believe that this party was the party of love, the party of this, the party of that, and we should, always vote for them. I'm kind of upset, and I can't really explain a lot of things that I'm feeling right now, because this is so upsetting that they want to blame it on white supremacy, but it's black supremacy.
I do agree with you on that. And yeah, and that is a term that's not being used a lot. Um, is black supremacy, because their focus for the last 4 years was on the illegal migrants, and not just Black Americans, but all Americans were neglected under the Biden administration. And so I also, well, the previous, my original space, and I have put an article underneath it. I haven't been putting stuff in the jumbotron. Maybe I'll start doing that tonight, but just give me a second. But you have even these, a lot of reporters, or journalists, they're coming up with these fake skewed numbers trying to attack Doge. And honestly, I think Doge is doing a phenomenal job. And I do have a question with that. But when it comes to Black America, they're making it seem like under this administration, oh, we're being discriminated against in housing higher than ever before. Well, in 2025, higher than ever before in 2025. Well, 2025 just started. Trump hasn't been in office for 30 days. It'll be 30 days this week. So why are you blaming discrimination? So if there is a housing, which there is a historical fact of housing discrimination, especially dealing with HUD towards Black America, right? If it's a high discrimination percentage, then you have to account that under the previous administration. You cannot blame this current administration for anything that is happening, even with high prices in eggs and food, because they just started. Like, they're not responsible for what is happening now. Now, I think in the first 100 days, I hope we get to see some relief of these high prices. But that's why they call it the first 100 days is very important in the presidency, because on that 100th day mark, you could actually see, okay, what are they doing? Where's this going? And what kind of results have we seen so far? But again, the left, the anti-Trump, the anti-Elon, Doge, anti-Republicans, they are creating this narrative that we are going back to Jim Crow.
It's interesting that the Democratic Party expects the current administration to turn around in one day less than a month what they took 4 years to mess up. If they're going to put that proposition, and that is their expectation of competency, then it is a damning self-admission of incompetency for the last administration consisting of Biden, Harris, and the Democratic-controlled houses or chambers in Congress that occurred over the last 4 years. It's absolutely absurd that they don't seem to get the ludicrous message that they're sending. Well, this is what we expect, but we don't want you to compare what we did with what we say we expect. And the other thing about white supremacy is it is white supremacy, but it is the version that is put out by a group that has become expert over the last 200 some years in exploiting other groups to get something out of them for free, either their labor or their political support and votes, and get nothing at all out of it. If you're in the rainbow cult, you're a feminist, or you're somebody that's off into some kind of weird thing, then you do it. Their whole program of entitlement is just like Massa is feeding the Negro slaves kibbles and bits or human versions of it and taking them to the vet and seeing that they get treated so they don't get sick and die and remain labor useful. And they don't even need them for that because they're still on plantations in these inner cities, but the plantations have no crops to grow, so they're just being idle. But they expect them to be treated like loyal domestic cattle. So it's really kind of embarrassing with this DEI thing.
Judge, do you have the heat on? Because you sound very low in your car right now.
Well, I have to because my window's frozen up with the water, so I'm trying to get it to thaw out. So
Well,
yeah,
how long before you get home?
I don't know. I can't move. I can't see out the front or back
Oh, you're
windows. They're
parked.
frozen. Yeah, they're frozen.
No, no, no. I mean, you're parked. You're not.
Yeah, I'm parked. I had the engine on so I can defrost the
Well, can
windows.
you turn the I mean, can you turn the
I'm
heat
gonna.
low?
I can't because I'm. Well, anyway, I'm on mute. So yeah,
No, no, no. I'm talking about when you talk, it's a
I
fuzzy
understand.
sound coming across and you're low.
I understand, but I'm trying to tell you my windows are completely frozen on the outside with sleet, so I'm trying to melt it off so I can move.
I well,
So
can
Judge,
you bring the
Judge,
phone
maybe
closer to
maybe
your
it
mouth?
bothers her, but it doesn't bother everybody.
Can
It's
you
yeah,
fine.
can you
well,
bring the phone closer to your mouth?
I am holding it in my hand. So anyway, I'll mute in and out, but I can't move one way or the
All
other
right.
right
Well, just turn the volume up a little bit.
now. Okay, it's up.
Thanks.
So
Um,
can we all just finally admit that the William Lynch tactics are finally like stop working?
I'm sorry. Who is this? Can you wait till I get to you, Angel? Please. Thank you. Um. All right, Angel. Oh, who's requesting to come up? Go ahead. Who's Nancy? Go ahead, Angel.
He's, what he's saying is he's got the defrost going and he has to have it on high to get his windows unfogged or unfrozen.
Yeah.
Um, I can hear him fine though when he talks. I just wanted to say that's all they have to do. That's all they have to go on, and they constantly
Wait,
try to
one
keep us.
second, Nancy. It was Angel's turn to speak. Did
Oh,
you?
I'm sorry. I thought you said my name. I'm
No,
sorry.
yeah, I was bringing you up. I saw you requested. That's why I said your name. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Angel.
No, I was kind of questioning because it seems like the slave tactics of keeping the body strong and the mind weak have continued, and now we're starting to see that it's a failure. Like that, those whole practices are still trying to, they're being carried on to the next generation in such a failure, and we're still wondering if the woman is the neck of the man. Can we not see how it is that the women have been treating our men in this generation yet? Because they're doing the same to our sons. Like it's the ignorance that's going on within our community that is enabling that white supremacy. So when can we go back to educating our children and understanding the importance of what it is for our children to have their connection with their fathers? Just I'm just curious about that, because that is our ignorance. If we really want to, speak about forgive them for they know not what they do, who is the one saying it? We're the one saying it. We're forgiving them for them not knowing what they're doing. We're allowing it. We're enabling it.
Perhaps that's why Trump won, because the general American society is tired of a group of misfits trying to destroy the yin yang or yin yang principle
But
by
then that's the leftover. That's the
religion.
leftover of the generations from before, because
Yeah,
we can
that
we can
is.
be honest about the women that went into the industries when our men went to war and died. The women are the ones that took over these government offices.
Well, men
The
have been doing that for the last several thousand years since they've had recorded history, and apparently from the fossil record a lot longer before that. So that's man's nature. We're expendable. We defend, protect, and provide for. So
Right. And so I'm just saying that the pendulum is finally swinging back to our side of men.
well, yeah, but here's the thing: it hasn't deviated in the rest of the world. The United
Right.
States is not the majority of the world's population by a long shot.
Right.
China, India, and some other places are bigger. Nigeria has about caught up to us in population. Russia is right up there. So we are caught in a situation where we've got people that, for a number of reasons, not necessarily to the intent of the people who are governed, but in spite
Right.
of the best considerations for the governed, have attempted to say, we don't like the nature of humanity, so we're going to act like it's something different, which it isn't, but we're going to try to set things up as though it were and try to
Right.
convert those who are reluctant into something that is a dead end because it does not work.
True. And that plays a part of our ignorance, because if we paid attention to what our Constitution says, we're a republic. And a lot of people are still saying that we're a democracy, and we're not. Trump is the Democrat in our country. We're all the citizens are republics. So I find that confusing as to where that push is being was why is it happening? because it makes no sense.
Well, I got the truth of the matter when I was in the fifth grade, and that's been a long, long time ago, but they don't teach that now. They teach social agendas rather than political, social, and economic reality. They don't talk about real life anymore. You don't have to learn how to write longhand, memorize your multiplication table so you can do at least simple math without a cell phone. You are basically helpless. You don't know how to go exist in the world like most of the rest of the people do because you have devices that do it for you. And nobody cares whether or not, it's bankrupting, whether it's bankrupting the people. Let's just give them what they want so they cooperate as we engineer humanity to so it matches our sick vision. Uh, Boys with real tight jock straps wearing blue panties and blue sports bras get to compete against the girls because they are upset that they can't compete against the boys, so they declare they're girls just so they can get a blue ribbon or something like that. And we allow that to happen instead of curbing people and saying, no, this is your obligation. You're a man, you are a woman. And as each, you have an obligation to not only your people, but to the human race. So let's get with it. But they don't want to do that. Now, that was the party that just got defeated and is still trying to besmirch the person that we brought in because it's not in their interest for somebody who's trying to bring this thing back to the middle. So we deal with human normalcy, common sense, and an understanding that mental illness is just what it is. It needs to be treated, not pampered.
Um, Let me go to Nancy, then Carrie.
I don't want to say a lot besides what the discussion was before. Is it seems like they just try to the one they have is to keep us fighting down here, um, instead of keeping our eyes on what they're doing. And I'm like, because like the enemy's inside the gates, and we've seen so much stuff that I had no idea that USAID was involved in wasting that much money or paying off, some of the news media and God knows what. I mean, it's just horrible if you look at that list that Doge has come out with. And I don't think,
Nancy, if you think that's bad, just wait until they start auditing the Department of Children and Family.
well, and also, the Pentagon. I mean, the Pentagon's lost $1 trillion they can't account for just last year. So I have a feeling that that's probably the Republican slush fund. I think it's the same kind of corruption in all of it. It's just, it's going to take more than 4 years. Is this thing, and I just hope we can. I always knew that if we could ever pull together down here, if we quit listening to them trying to divide us, then we stood a real chance. We stood a real chance of setting things upright, and I just hope that still continues.
Then we got to focus on father rights this year.
Yeah.
Well, and so Doge has a lot of people up in arms, and so this is where I'm. So the underline is of this conversation. I know it's going to touch on Doge a lot. It has to because of what Doge is doing. You see the Hakeem Jeffries, the Jasmine Crockett. I can't. I'm tired of Jasmine Crockett. I thought Marjorie Taylor Greene was getting on my nerves. Jasmine Crockett is she took the cake. Um, you have Jasmine Crockett. You have AOC. Thank God they removed Ileana Omar from Foreign Committee. You have what Presley representative. So you have all these Democrats that they are creating a narrative of racism, white supremacy, white privilege, DEI. Oh my God, you're discriminating against Black people because of those. Like they're pushing back. And then they're also saying for all Americans, oh, he's going to have all your information. They're taking away your rights and yada. And it's like, no, he's actually being not, it's not even cleaning the swamp. It's actually just, making things right. And saving a lot of money. But I do have this question though, because Doge so far saved $55 billion. But where is that money going to go? The money that Doge is saving, what happens to that money? Did you want to answer that, Carrie and Nancy?
Congress has to bring it, has to rescind it. I know that Thomas Massey and Rand Paul have talked about that in interviews, that they foresee that being a problem, because like there's a committee of, in the Congress of Doge people working on that Doge group in Congress, and they're supposed to, help, and they have to rescind that money, and I don't think they want to. All I hear is, well, you have to go in and spend that money that's already been, earmarked to those groups. Like we're supposed to send money to Mogadishu for condoms or wherever it was. I mean, so I think that's where our problem is going to be, for them to pull that money back. I think that's where we're going to have a problem. And also, I know that there's something with that judge, was it Chutney judge, that just told them they could go on and keep doing what they're doing. I think in IRS and DOE, but she's also allowing something to be developed on Elon, saying that he's got, I can't remember what is that, the same thing that Jack Smith got in trouble for having too much power without getting confirmed by Congress. So they're trying to, like I remember 6 or so Democratic states are going to get together to file something trying to get Elon thrown out. So I don't know. That's my biggest concern in it now.
Judge, are you still there? You're muted.
Yep, I'm still here. And by the way, the answer to that question is Elon doesn't have to have any official capacity because he's operating as an advisor to the chief executive, who may, at his discretion, listen to anyone he chooses. Technically, they could just have Elon added as an advisor to Trump's legal, uh, personal, or executive legal department. So he can go in that way. And there's no problem with what he's doing. President's going back to George Washington. They had people with non-professional status who were advisors or unofficial ambassadors to some foreign country. And it's like you have contractors who do espionage work, who do military operations in the United States. Well, let's look at IRS and the Treasury Department. A lot of Treasury checks don't come from the Treasury. They come from a small local bank that is contracted with IRS to receive payments for taxes and to disperse tax refunds. So they know all of your information too. And then the other thing is,
Yep.
you have to understand Elon Musk has a top secret clearance because he is the CEO of the company that designs and builds the only missile system that seems to reliably work when it comes to getting somebody back from the International Space Station in orbit. The Boeing capsule was up there for several months because it was defective. Next thing is the Defense Department wanted Musk to conduct 20 tests from California that they deem critical to the national defense. So you know he's got secrets if he's the person conducting the test, but California denied the permits because they don't like his politics, but that's ridiculous. That can be overruled. So the president can consult with all of the friends and buddies he knows, and that's his business because Musk isn't doing anything. All he is exercising is his personal initiative to gather information under the deputization of the president to bring back to the president so the president can decide what to do about it. And the money is no problem. That just goes into a general fund that can be specifically designated and reappropriated by Congress if it so chooses. Or it can be made available to the discretion of the president, of which he has a lot. because the funds that they have, some are ridiculous. Did you see the report Doge came up with that they had several thousand people that are listed on the Social Security rolls that if the dates of birth used were real, they would be older than the United States, 220, 230 years old. No such people could exist in reality, but yet they have people who have fictitious people with those dates of birth who are assigned Social Security numbers. I know this, and I'll give you an example. This has been more than a half century ago, and I was in D.C. with a think tank, and I decided I was going to get another gig so I could supplement my income while I was in D.C. So I got a job with housing and urban development. Well, I did what I did, and when I had to go back to Los Angeles after the internship was over, I went in to resign. The director said, "Oh my God, no, 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 no! You'll disrupt everything. We'll just lose the money and cause all kinds of complications. Just give me your forwarding address." And if I said, "Well, yeah." So anyway, for the next 3.5 years, I got a full paycheck, never showed up a day for work, and didn't do any work, but it was more convenient. See, there's a whole bunch of that going on.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but can you do me a favor? When you're talking, can you just turn that heat or whatever you got on in the background, because it's the audio coming in on YouTube is not good.
Either you have me on with this or not. That's sleet coming down. That's not what the problem.
No, I whatever you have blowing in your car.
I turned it off for a second so you can hear me, but
Thanks.
it's building up. It's sleeting. I'm in the parking lot trying to get this thing cleared up so I can drive 5 minutes to my house.
Yeah.
Now,
We don't
Yeah.
care about that.
No,
We
I
just want to
all
do.
hear
right,
you.
I no, I
okay.
care because I'm recording on YouTube, and it's the reason why I'm very picky with the audio. So when you are talking, Judge, if you can, just turn whatever you got blowing, the heat or whatever, off, and then turn it back on when you're not. Like, do it that way, and until you drive home. Go ahead. You're muted.
I don't have anything else to add to the equation right now. I think other people
Oh,
have some.
okay, so I'm gonna go to Carrie, then Southern Belle, then Black Idaho. Go ahead, Carrie. Carrie, you can unmute.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think they always bring up the race. I just started getting into politics when Trump was running for president, okay? And it surprised me, some of the stuff he said, because I thought he wouldn't get the vote, and here he gets the vote. But anyway, they always bring up that damn race card, and that's not right. I mean, I don't think there's a problem out here. I think the media is promoting it along with them to make us divided, and I can see that, and it's just ridiculous. And and that Jasmine, she drives me crazy. I mean, I don't know how in the world she got elected. you know. And they should all be, I mean, Omar and AOC, they need to be off there. I mean, they're just crazy. They don't know what's going on. I'm just surprised they're on there. But I'm upset with this dose. I'm waiting for the first one to be prosecuted because I know those libtards are getting paid off. And some Republicans too, you know. I mean, I don't like all these Republicans on here. A lot of them are two-faced, but I want to see the first one getting uh, put, like Maxine. I know Maxine Waters, all those people that are complaining the most are the ones that are getting USAID kickback. That's all I have to say.
All right. Um, Southern Belle, and then I'm gonna go to a couple questions from you too. Go ahead, Southern Belle. Oh, maybe she's not up here. Okay, never mind. Um, she was, but now she's not. Let me ask this question though before I go to Black Idaho and Endial. Um, so speaking about white supremacy and stuff like that, and that's not really the main topic. It's just more so, the underlining broad context here, talking point that other people are using that as a talking point against this current administration. But just to talk about race for a second, why don't white people ever talk about race or white privilege and their white privilege, or just talk about? I see a lot of, especially on X Spaces, I see a lot of X Spaces always talk about race, but I never see, whether it's on X Space or even general population in the real world, white people, y'all don't talk about racism. I wonder why. Can somebody answer that? It's a question. Why don't y'all ever talk about it?
Maybe they had 2,000 years of the French versus the Germans versus the Gauls versus the Latins versus the Greeks versus the Persians and versus the Brits versus the Celts, and they've kind of worked it out. And it doesn't get in the way when it's convenient not to get in the way. And there's another thing too. I worked on a thing 57 years ago, did a paper on it. When there's one group that looks drastically different from you, then you can focus on that drastically different group rather than on those who look similar to yourself. So
Mhm.
what happens is when something comes along that's more similar, then they stop worrying about each other. The Normans used to treat the Saxons like they were literally slaves. That's Robin Hood, and King John, and Sheriff of Nottingham, and all of that. But by the time they got to the new Americas, what winds up happening is the difference between the Saxon and the Norman was dissipating, but the Normans were the ones that got the charters, not the Saxons. But by the time they got a few Negroes from Africa, that really changed things up. They ran into the Native Americans. That was really different. So the differences started evaporating. It's like the term redneck is a pejorative, but it actually was not at one point. It simply stood for those Scots who became Protestant, and they were exhibiting their preference for being either Episcopalian rather than Presbyterian, or Presbyterian rather than Episcopalian. So all kinds of things. People have what they call xenophobia, which is a human condition that cannot be escaped. Whereas people react negatively, every human reacts negatively, even though it might not be too bad to the superficial view when it comes to encountering something different, whether it's food or people.
Well,
Well,
I wanted somebody white to answer that, not a black person. But thank you. But I want a white person to actually answer that
answer
question.
it. I'll answer it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Karen.
Y'all so funny. I think y'all are great. Anyway, what was the question?
Why don't why don't white people ever talk about race or white privilege or white supremacy? I never hear y'all or see y'all talk about it. Why not?
Okay, because I don't know. I never thought it was necessary to talk about it. If it came up, I would talk about it, but it's not a subject I would bring up. I don't know. I mean, but because um, when I started watching the news, like a couple, like 4 years ago, um, they're the ones that are promoting it. But where I grew up and everything, it's just, you know, it wasn't racist or anything. I never looked at a black person that way. You know, it was sad. Uh, I was praying with a friend, one of my besties, and he was from Brooklyn, and, was in the military. We're the best of friends, and we hardly ever talk about race. And when we do talk about race, um, he usually brings it up because he's black. And then I'll talk about it with him. But I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, it's just a subject that I just don't see necessary to bring up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
I
fine. Let
don't
me.
know.
I'm gonna go to Southern Bell. I saw Southern
Okay.
Bell. I see you came back up. So Southern Bell, Black Idaho, Endow, Lily, Moken, Pete. So go ahead, Southern Bell.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, did you have a question?
No. No. Whatever you want to speak to. If you wanted to answer the question that I threw out there, you can. But it's not. It was just a question I threw out there. If anybody that wanted to comment on it, but you have the floor.
Okay, well, I grew up in the Deep South and I'm 68. Um, I played on the basketball team. I was the only white girl on the basketball team. Not a problem. Made great friends. Um, small town, everybody just got along, same church, same schools. I didn't really see any issues until my senior year in high school. There was a fight between a white boy and a black boy. One threw a snowball, the other one got mad and pulled out a knife. They had a moment, and fortunately, they weren't really hurt. And I remember the principal coming out there, which I thought was odd, but I guess because we were all out there, and had a big conversation with each one of them, and then collectively, and we're hearing every word, and I realized why he was doing it. He was a very smart man, and they shook hands, and we had a little thing in the high school gym, just talking about things. And because they were starting to see it at other schools, the principal said, he said, I really don't have that problem. And we didn't. We just didn't. My parents raised me that all people are children of God. And, my daughter, when she was growing up, she kept talking about her best friend at Bright Horizons. And when I'm standing there with his mother and realizing that's her son, I started laughing. And she goes, my daughter's got the Italian side, and she's always so upset she cannot get a tan like Mikey. Because they saw shades, they just didn't really see color. So, and I grew up in Charleston, South Carolina. And I had a ton of family there, and I had black friends, white friends, we just kind of just hung out. I was very lucky. We didn't really grow up in that. Um, and It was a good time. It was a really nice time. We really didn't see, race wasn't on our table. I remember when John F. Kennedy died. I remember us all crying as kids. We knew exactly where we were when it happened. And then watching John with the salute, black and white TV. We must have about 20 kids in the house, in my parents' home. And we got out and did the TV dinner. I can't believe we used to do those. God. Uh, but I I really didn't deal with I never had issues with it. And even with my daughter and son growing up, we haven't had issues. And that's in Cary, North Carolina, Raleigh area.
Oh yeah,
But
I have my kids live down there in Cary now.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in Asheville now. We moved here a while back. So my parents' health was declining, especially my dad, and my mother's health was declining, trying to take care of him. And so I made the decision to move here with my husband and my daughter, um, so they could stay in their home. And they said they wouldn't make it 2 years. My mom made it 8, and I'm sorry, my dad made it 8, and my mom made 11 years. So it was really great for my granddaughter to get that kind of relationship with her grandparents, which was very special. Now she bosses me around. But I don't. We just I don't know. It just we didn't grow up where there was strife at the time. And it wasn't like we didn't look outside of our neighborhoods, if that makes sense. Growing up as kids, because we were always outside playing sports or something, bicycles, the beach, whatever. Um, we just we just didn't go there. It just wasn't part of the conversation.
Mhm.
It
Okay.
just doesn't. Well, it was kind of nice. It was kind of nice. But one of the things I wanted to ask with Judge Brown, how are you doing tonight, sir? Is he on mute so he can
I
stay
hope he's
warm?
not frozen.
Yeah, Judge, we can't hear you. It looks like you're not on
Dana
mute.
told him not to put that heater on.
I could hear him fine.
Judge, can you?
Uh,
We can't hear you. I don't know if he's because maybe he started driving. So if he started
Yeah.
driving, he's probably
Yeah.
went into an area where it's in and out of reception.
I
Yeah.
hope he's not frozen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we still
Well,
can't
you're the
hear
one
you.
told him to turn the heater off.
Yeah, because it was tearing up the audio on YouTube. So
Yeah.
go out and come back in. Go. Okay, he dropped out, so he should be coming back up. No,
Oh,
but
okay. Hmm.
he knew about the heat. So he's like, "Oh, I'm running to the pharmacy." Right? This is probably like an hour, 90 minutes before we start. So when he hops in his Porsche, he gonna make
Hmm.
several stops. And the weather I know is not good where he's at. So yeah. All right, let me
Yeah.
put you back to co-host. So he got caught being out and about.
Hmm.
Okay, can you I just sent you a co-host invite.
Okay.
All right, there you go.
Oh, I owe y'all an
I
apology.
was listening. I'm actually home.
Okay. I owe y'all an apology. Last time I was on the show, I fell asleep.
Oh no, no problem. All right,
That's
well,
very
I did
unusual for
too.
me.
I fell asleep too. Don't feel
Carrie, you
bad.
didn't
I
Yeah.
fall
felt
asleep.
very.
Like you ain't fall asleep last week, Carrie. You did not.
I I did at the end waiting for Judge Brown.
All right.
Well, and the reason I'm apologizing is I take Zolpidem to sleep, and my husband says I can get pretty chatty. So I kind of wondered. I slow down when I talk, but I'm chatty.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go to Black Idaho, Indel,
Okay.
Lily, Moken, Pete. Go ahead, Black Idaho.
Hey, peace and pleasant. Mic check 1, 2, and 2. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, thank you, Dana. This is a great space. I hope you're having a great evening. Happy New Year. Peace and blessings to Judge and
You
everyone
too.
else in the space. I had a question for the judge, and I guess you had another question about why white people don't talk about racism, but I don't want to say it. But I kind of want to answer that too. Respectfully, before I have my question for the judge, I wanted to say that I think that a lot of them are also descendants of immigrants, so it's easy for them to not talk about racism because they're not a part of that lineage. Judge, so my question for you is, respectfully, if you can help me out with this, I wanted to ask you, um, what is your interpretation of the 14th Amendment, Judge? I really want to know, how do you think the Supreme Court is going to sway on that ruling? I really want to know how things are going to sway because we heard what Trump said, that the 14th Amendment was about the descendants of slaves.
That's
So is it going to
exactly
be?
what it was about. What happened is at the time the Civil War was over and the 13th Amendment had passed, you had a situation where the Dred Scott decision that had happened shortly before the Civil War, one that was one of the worst ever by the U.S. Supreme Court and led to the Civil War, was still in full force and effect. And what it said was Negroes, former slaves, etc., and by implication, American Indians could not be citizens. So the 14th Amendment, when it says subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, that just means wherever American law applied, anybody to whom American law applies would be a citizen if they were born here. It had absolutely no intention to be applied to somebody else. Now, I think that if the Supreme Court has a sufficiently set of sophisticated justices, which sometimes I doubt, then they would understand that there are two doctrines that would apply. One is called the clean hands doctrine, and the other one is called the fruit of the poisonous tree. Clean hands is simply that if your hands are dirty, you can't come into a court in America and ask for relief when it's a civil matter, which to an extent, the aspects of the 14th Amendment that deal with born here citizenship deal with. You have a number of lawyers attempting to file a civil action on behalf of people that broke the law to get here. If they hadn't broken the law, they wouldn't have the problem. Next thing, you have the fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine, which is called the Wong Sun doctrine. It comes from San Francisco, and it was a criminal case which said basically an illegal process by the governmental authority could not produce any fruit that came out of it that was usable. And in this case, you can also apply it to the situation at hand. You have people who broke the law, so they should not be allowed to prosper from that. And what you have here is a real live national security issue. If anybody can conceptualize it, who's going to argue in front of the Supreme Court, and that's it. Some of our more ruthless foreign adversaries may, through their espionage agencies, send some intentionally impregnated agents here, sneak in, and have children so they get anchored so they can be about their espionage business at a later time. Now, some of our enemies and some of our adversaries are that ruthless and have demonstrated such ruthlessness. So it's a real life situation. But no, there was no intent to apply the 14th Amendment to the children of illegals. What we do have is a comparable situation with the 15th Amendment. You have probably heard that recently the Supreme Court reiterated its earlier stance, saying that the 15th Amendment meant that you could not discriminate against a corporation because it had all of the rights of a real live human being, even though it was a fictitious person. And by the way, I'm waiting for somebody to attempt to register a corporation to vote through its CEO and claim that they've got a right to cast one vote as a corporate entity. I don't see why that wouldn't pass under the flavor that they have put on the 15th Amendment, but that's something else that wound up getting applied in a fashion nobody anticipated. And by the way, for those who say the American government is a corporation, it's not, because when the American government was created, corporations had not been invented. Corporations were a construct of the states much later to deal with setting up a limited liability situation like the English LTD companies that were granted that status by Crown Edict. So, in any event, the language is plain, but nobody anticipated how it would be changed in terms of its application. So Trump is the executive. The attorney general is somebody who has the absolute prosecutorial discretion for the United States on behalf of the president, within whom the authority actually rests, to decline or to prosecute. So it's up to him, and we'll see where this comes. I suspect that if somebody raises this type of argument, the Supreme Court, at least six of them, will be receptive to it. Now, one problem with our current Supreme Court and most of the appellate courts is the justices are actually rookies when it comes to the practice of law. Not all of them, but some of them. And the case is we have too many people on the bench, too many people with law licenses who take a lot of cases, but they've never done their internship or residency because they've not tried any cases. So I can think of a number of people that are held out as paragons of this, that, and the other when it comes to law. And if you ask them how many cases you've tried in front of a jury, And if you haven't tried cases in front of a jury, you don't really know law, because that's like studying medicine out of a medical book and never having been in an emergency room as an intern or a resident. So it is what it is. Now, if that answers your question, yeah. And see, the things that are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, that includes a state, a territory, protectorate, a zone, a military, a naval base, or an embassy. See, what happens is, for example, ambassadors don't have the problem of having their children, or their diplomatic staff having their children suffer through the vagaries of dual citizenship, because they're born here, because they're not subject to American law. I had a case in my court 35 years ago where 4 hitmen were sent over by Oppenheimer de Beers from South Africa to murder 7 Americans who wouldn't agree to a lowball offer on buying diamonds, and they killed 4 of them outright. They had shot the 5th one several times and were about to put a bullet in his head when Memphis police showed up, because they were next door dealing with a domestic disturbance call. The assassins dropped their guns. We had several. We broke for Sunday. Came back Monday morning, and we were informed that our defendants were no longer in the jail, because the United States Department of, the State Department had come in, granted them diplomatic immunity, and flown them back to South Africa. So when you have diplomatic immunity, you are immune to the application of the local region's laws. So it doesn't apply to them, but it applies to everybody else. And that's because by 2,000 some years, 3,000 years of human history, an embassy is declared to be the territory of the country for which it is an embassy. And that's Article 1, Section 8, that says we shall enforce the law of nations, and that's the law of nations. We have Article 6 that says ratified treaties are part of the supreme law of the land, and the treaties that set these embassies up with the individual states involved, they were ratified. So there we go. We have to respect that. And the mutual thing is our embassies are territory of the United States. So we can get some progress. He's not completely out of line. And by the way, Marbury versus Madison, 1803, 222 years ago, the Supreme Court ruled that the courts, the judiciary, has the authority to declare unconstitutionality or enforce the unconstitutionality of any act or action taken by a law or an agency or an agent of the United States or an elected official thereof. Now, the Constitution, Article 1, Article 3 left it up to the Congress to establish such lesser courts as deemed necessary. And the lesser courts have been established. So what happens procedurally is a case is filed in a lower court. That's a district court judge, and the district court judge rules on it. And if anybody is aggrieved, which usually they are, they goes to the Circuit Court of Appeals. There are several circuit courts of appeals, and then it winds up in the U.S. Supreme Court if they decide that there is an issue that they wish to consider. Now, a lot of us who were Second Amendment supporters, we applaud certain decisions by district court judges, for instance, in Texas, who overruled the Biden Harris administration and ATF when it came to braces for pistols. So that judge said, no, it's on appeal to a circuit court. It's going to the Supreme Court of the United States, but the chief executive, Trump, is surely going to dismiss the appeal. So it will remain the decision of the district court judge in Texas. And that's how it works sometimes. And if that answers the question, I think I went a little beyond that to deal with something I thought would come up. So I pass
Okay.
the mic.
Thank you, Judge, sir. So let me get this straight. So you believe that it's going to sway in Trump's favor? Is that correct or no?
Yes. And if it doesn't sway in his favor, that's impetus for there to be a constitutional amendment, which can be propounded by Congress to be sent out to the states, which, if two-thirds of the states endorse that proposed amendment, it then becomes law. So the amendment would be we need to modify what the Fourth Amendment says so it does not apply to illegals, or since there's nobody in the United States still alive who was in that condition in 1867, it's now a moot issue. But that's not unusual because a good portion of the original Constitution is moot because it just set up administrative matters that were to be resolved by 1806 or 1808.
And last but not least, Dana, thank you so much. This is a great space, and Judge, thank you for answering that question for me. But my last question, being that Black Americans are a distinct ethnic group in America, our lineage goes so far back, right? And it's you can't even argue that. Reparations has been a hot topic, Judge. Everyone's talking about it. Now we're getting this. How do I sway the government and everyone involved to realize that reparations to Black Americans will be a great investment, being that Black Americans would only spend their money in America? We have no other continent to spend our money. We have no remittance. Nothing else will go out. Everything that we spend only comes to America. And then also, once reparations are paid by America, we also get reparations from Spain, France, the Dutch, Portugal, Africa, and every other continent. How do we convey that it'll be a great thing for America to pay reparations to Black America? And I'll land right there.
That would be nice, but what consequences will be vested if they don't? This, by the way, is the third time in my life that reparations has been a big thing. And let's see, my parents advised me before they died that since we discussed it at one point or another, reparations had been a big thing twice in their life. And my two grandfathers who were born in the 19th century, one of whom was actually born before the Civil War, and he was set up to get reparations with what was going to be his first wife in 1865 through the edict of January 16th, 1865, by General Sherman in the military department, that every freed slave or all colored and is to get one army mule and 40 acres of confiscated rebel land. So, with my grandfathers, they advised that in their long lives, each having lived longer than a century, reparations had come up at least twice for them. And one of them actually was applying for the benefits when there was reparations in 1865. He was born before the Civil War. So it is what it is. And I'm almost, well, I'm will shortly be 78. So everybody bred late in my family. So it goes back a way. But reparations is nice, but I don't think we can count on it. But the other thing is what consequences are going to be delivered, because when all you're asking your opposition to be is nice, that doesn't happen. The real world is if they're nice to you, then somebody on their side is getting compromised, just like we're finding that what's happened with foreign aid and another few things, some people who are not even American are getting better benefits than the U.S. citizens are getting. So we do have that to say. Now, that being the case, what are we going to do about it? And there's one other thing that you ought to see. If you filled out a federal form on a loan application purchasing a firearm or anything like that, you will note that there are two boxes at the very beginning. One says Hispanic, the next check box in that box says non Hispanic. If you're Hispanic, you skip the next section. If you're non Hispanic, you go to white or Caucasian. Black or African American, American Indian, Pacific Rim or Pacific Islander, etc., etc., etc. So they break everything else down by an ethnic group. But for Hispanics, because you speak or habla Espanol, you are considered a Hispanic irrespective of what your race is. Now, my stepmother, she's dead now, was classified as Hispanic, but she was slant eyed Chinese by all of her genetics because she was born in the Philippines, and being in the Philippines, since they habla Espanol, that makes you a Hispanic even though you're Chinese. So
All right.
it gets weird when you get into it. So what is an ethnic group?
I want to get to Endel, then Lily. Go ahead, Endel. Did I say it right?
Yeah, thank you so much for answering those questions. I appreciate you. I remember skipping school, Judge, to watch your show. And remember, you're always welcome in Idaho. Thank you so much for answering those questions for me.
All
Thank you.
right, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, Dana,
Endel,
you always butcher my name. It's Indy
I
Left.
know.
It's Indy
It's
Left.
what?
It's Indy
It's
Left. It's real easy.
ND?
Yeah, Indy Left.
Indy left. Okay, Indy. Okay.
Yeah, shout outs to you too, Judge. I was
I'm
going.
sorry.
It's
Sorry.
cool. I was going to answer that question that you had asked about, even though you wanted to hear an answer from white people, but you know, when you been a part of the dominant society for like so long, and all your ancestors have, it ain't really nothing to talk about. Like they don't, like they say, they don't see race. So what what they gonna talk about? So at the end of the day, like when I hear people, you know, talking like, oh, I can't take Jasmine Crockett, but you could take Trump. Like I feel
Yeah.
like that's disingenuous. Like, because everything I see Jasmine Crockett saying is really just, trying to hold people accountable, and just looking at her background, being that she has her own law practice, and that's very hard for a black person to accomplish in America. So there should be some level of respect there versus just, oh, I hate her because she a Democrat, and she talks to Republicans with her chest out. You know what I mean? Like, and she stand on business. Like I will say that, but whether people like the Democrats or not, at the end of the day, she, when I saw her in that Doge meeting, and she called out Marjorie Taylor Greene, basically saying how is she leading this committee, and she never been to a budget meeting. The meetings that they had, she had never even been to one. So I thought that was real strong and real relevant to point out. So anybody who
Well,
got a
why
problem
was
with
that?
that,
Let me ask you a
I don't
question.
care.
Let me ask you a question. Why was that relevant at a Doge meeting to point out Marjorie Taylor Greene never been on a budget committee?
No, no, she pointed out that she was the head of that committee, and she had never been to a budget committee meeting. Like she was missing all the meetings, but now she the head of this committee that's supposed to oversee the budgeting.
So
Like
what meetings was
it's
she
hypocrisy.
missing?
So she was supposed to point that out because everybody's complaining about what the Democrats don't do and
Okay,
what
wait,
they
wait.
ain't
But my
been
point,
doing.
no,
So
no,
as
no,
soon as
wait,
somebody start doing something,
But stop for a second. My point is, why is she focusing on Marjorie and not focusing on Doge?
she did focus
Mm.
on those. That was just
Because
one.
that's what the meeting was
No,
for.
I'm just saying that was just one part of her submission. But she,
But
so
you
she
have wait. Okay, so
she
this is what
did
I'm getting
focus
at.
on
So
those
okay, so
the
this is
rest of
so let
her
right.
submission,
So
but that was just one part of her
no,
submission.
I get it. Let me just say this because listen, you could champion and like who you like. I'm not trying to convince you to change your mind. It's not that. But I will explain to you why I can't stand her and don't like her and why I feel as though she's disingenuous is because she has done nothing specifically for black people. Her district, which is majority black and Hispanic. He has even, Judge, can you mute up for a minute? Can you mute, Judge? She has not created any policies specifically to help her district as a House representative in Congress. That's number one. Number two, like her and the other 200 Congressional Black Caucus people and the Congressional Black Caucus Committee, they have done nothing specifically for Black America. So she could
I'm
get up
not I'm
here.
not
Let me just
disagreeing. I'm
no, no,
not
no. I'm not.
disagreeing with any
Listen,
of
listen,
that.
listen, listen, listen. Stop,
I'm
stop.
not.
Let me
I don't
finish,
need a
and then
lecture on that.
I'm gonna
Like,
give you the floor as soon as I finish. I'm just explaining to you in details why I don't like her,
Hello?
right? Because it's not. Yeah, Judge, I can hear you. So it's not that I dislike her just because she do a lot of neck rolling and her mouth is loud. No, she does nothing. Just like the rest of the CBC, she does nothing for Black Americans. She does nothing for her constituents, and everything that come out her mouth, it was pro Biden. He's the best. He's a good father. He's doing a great job. Yada, which is all BS, and is anti-Republican, right? And there are Republicans who are just anti-Democrat, but I would say this: there are
Hello?
more Republicans. Yeah, go, Judge. You got to go out and come back in. There are more Republicans who are willing to come to a bipartisan decision than there are Democrats. So go ahead.
yeah. Well, when she was practicing law in her own practice, she did help a lot of black people. But and I looked at the poverty rates in her district. It's not as high as some of these other Republican districts. So I will say that. But to get
That has
off.
nothing to do with her. That has nothing to
Well,
do with
well,
her.
if we talking about her district, you said she ain't done
No,
nothing
I'm
for
talking.
her
Yeah, I'm talking
constituents.
about
So,
her district that
okay, well,
she lucked up.
I
Wait,
was
wait,
just
wait. She
talking
lucked
about.
up. Wait a minute.
Okay,
She
well, I
lucked
was just
up.
talking about
One
her.
second. No, no, no. 1 second. Because we need to be very clear when it comes to the duties of these politicians. And I don't like to mute, but let me just be very clear. She is in a middle class to probably upper middle class district, but she still has not created. If she's with, and if her population is Black and Hispanic, it's not upper middle class. It's regular middle class people. But I'm saying, what policies has she put on the table for Black Americans being part of Congressional Black Caucus? But she's done a whole lot for LGBTQ. So if you want to sit up here and
I
talk white
mean,
supremacy like she
what
does,
policies have the
she
Republicans
has
put on the
nothing to
table?
back it up with.
What policies have the Republicans put on the table for any of these districts for black people?
Well, first of all, Black people vote Democrat. So
It don't
the
matter. They
Democrat,
still
no, no,
oh
no. Wait,
if
wait,
they.
wait. Let me. If you ask me a question, you're gonna let me answer it, and then I'm gonna throw it back to you. So never mind the Republicans, because Black people don't vote Republicans in their district. They vote Democrat, which means their local politicians who are Democrats, it is their responsibility.
I mean, you
If you
saying
want to,
that like I don't know that. What I'm
so then
asking
why did you ask me the question about
because
Republicans?
what I'm saying is whoever's in office, they are over the whole district. They not just over the Democratic voters. They over the Republican.
No, they know that their district is
Oh,
Democrat.
God.
But what I'm saying is whoever's in office, they're
Wait,
over
Judge,
all
what
the
are you doing?
constituents. They have to govern for all constituents.
Judge, you got to mute.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
You're so funny.
So
It doesn't
go,
matter
go
who's in
ahead.
office. They got to govern
It
for
does
all
matter. Okay, so
constituents.
you don't know how policies are made. You
Yes, I
don't have a
do.
you don't
Yes, I do.
so then if I live in a district and I vote someone Democrat and 90% of the district voted that Democrat person, never mind a Republican, because I have to rely on that Democrat and that Democrat party, not the Republicans, because I didn't vote the
Okay,
Republican
well
in my
listen,
district.
let me ask you a question. Even if the representative is a Democrat, If the constituents, if some of the constituents are Republican, don't they still pay taxes in that district?
No, your constituents is Democrats because that's who voted. You're not
No,
gonna
no.
have Republicans
Listen
in
what
a
I'm telling you.
Democratic district.
Listen to what I'm telling you though. There are still some people that live in that district that didn't vote Democrat that still pay taxes. What you mean?
Okay. If you voted for if Jasmine Crockett was on a ballot and it was another contender on that same ballot and that district is Democrat, you have no choice. They're all Democrats running for that particular position. You may have a Republican that's running against a Democrat, but but majority of the voters, your constituents are Democrats, then the Democrat is going to win. So
I know
just
this.
because but you're talking about, well, the constituents that are Republican in a Democratic district is very low. But if you are a representative for your district, you represent everybody no matter what party line. It's
That's what
just
I
that the
said.
majority, listen to what I'm saying, listen before you interrupt me, the majority of your district is Democrat, which is why a Democrat won, but you still have to represent everybody in your district.
That's what I just
What
said.
Jasmine Crockett, listen, what Jasmine Crockett has not done, she has not created any policies for her district, which is Hispanic and Black. So what is it that you don't understand? You can't talk about Republicans when they don't control her district. She does.
Well, if I might
Oh my
interject,
God, yo.
a representative in the House does not have to represent anybody but the people who elect them. They don't have to give concern to everybody, and most of them don't. It's a classic example of why we want term limits. A district may be filled with fools and elect a good fool, and the rest of the people are offended, but they like their particular representative in the House, and everybody else may think their representative is a fool. But she's a lawyer. But let me say this. I got elected to 16 years worth of term as a criminal court judge in Tennessee, Memphis, Tennessee, which has one of the largest criminal jurisdictions in America. And I can tell you well that just because you are a law license possessor does not make you wise or knowledgeable in the law. And you can also be a fool, a big fool, and frankly, some of the biggest damn fools I ever encountered in my life were lawyers who appeared in front of me who didn't know what the devil they were up to.
I
So
agree.
Jasmine Crockett is a fool. She has no sense of proportion, and she is voting on agendas that have a lot to do with advancing causes that I think are inimical to the human race. So
Okay.
she is what she is. She's a good mammy
It's
who
crazy.
came off of the third
I'm sorry,
floor.
can you stop with the sound effects?
Who's doing
Whoever's
it?
pressing that button.
Yeah, she's a good mammy who worked her way up from being a young house wench, bed wench, and she's a mammy, and now she has been put in by the slave masters. One exhibition of stuff that I would point out to somebody earlier: when you walk around the streets or you talk to people, how often are you concerned with the plight of dogs? Unless maybe you have a dog and you like dogs. You see, the American public kind of considers its Negroes to be domestic animals. So how often do we talk about horses, cows, dogs, sheep, goats, and that kind of thing, except as incidental? So, how badly do we treat them? Well, we eat some of them, and some other ones we either cuddle, coddle, or use for good purposes. Sometimes we mistreat all of the above. So, that's kind of the way America approaches the Negro who has not become black and fully human. So, we have to act fully human rather than as domestic animals that seek some master or mistress to open kibbles and bits for us. I'll just make that remark.
Well, I posted in the purple pill a list of bills that she has put forth. So just to say that she has done nothing, that's not true.
Well, let's put it this way: the bill you list.
Any of those bills for Black
Wait,
Americans?
wait, hold on, hold on. The
Yes,
bills in the
yes,
list.
yes.
Go
Go
ahead.
look.
Go ahead. But I'm familiar with them. They're garbage. They don't do anything for humanity. They're self-serving, and basically they're for a crowd that has nothing to do with black. And as to whether or not
So,
any of them
Where
so
do,
did
the
you list it at? Where did you
I
list the
put it
bills
in the
at?
purple pill. So there's a specific
Oh,
bill that she did for social services.
put it in
Um,
the
wait,
jumbotron because I
okay,
and
can't.
now social services, that's dependency and neglect for children.
no,
No,
it
listen,
helps
listen.
disabled people. It helps.
That's nice. But what she's doing,
Oh,
doing the equivalent for adults of dependent and neglected children. See, it comes up as a sop. It doesn't do anything for the real deal. Why doesn't she sit there and start doing something about fostering STEM for the children? Why doesn't she do something about changing the policy that allows people to say, oh, they only shoplifted $1,000, so we're not going to arrest them. Oh, they didn't get but 5,000 over the last 4 episodes. Therefore, we're not going to send them to jail. Oh,
Who's doing this? I'm not going to say it again. Please stop doing the sound effects.
oh, we're going to have boys with sports bras and little blue panties on. They can be girls. Oh, we're going to let the boys use the girls' bathrooms. Oh, we're going to sit up and do this. We're going to do that. So, that's what she's doing. In her foreign policy, actually, her statements on foreign policy are like, I've seen fourth graders that have better savvy in the subject than she does. So, I mean, see this thing. Look at the Super Bowl. You had two black quarterbacks. Do you think they got to be quarterbacks of the two teams in the Super Bowl because of inclusivity or because of merit? So why should I support some idiot that's talking about we have to go deal with something just because of the color? Because I know some of the most incompetent idiots I've ever encountered in my whole long life just happen to be the same race or ethnicity as I am for the most part. Now, I am not going to down you because of that. I'm not going to down anybody because of what they are, but I'll presume you know what you're doing if you present yourself as such and you can prove yourself that you don't. I think it would be wrong to say this person's black or this person's Hispanic, this person is English, that person's Irish, that person's French, therefore they will be bad. No, that's not good. But on the other hand, I don't see what that woman's doing that's worth anything other than that show me something that has benefited me and other blacks that I know over the last 35, 40 years. I haven't seen it.
okay. So if there's high cancer rates in our community, and somebody puts forth a bill that helps with pre-cancer screenings, that lowers the cost for that or makes it almost free, that's not anything.
No, because it's a sop. I'm looking
Man,
at
come
it because
on,
I've
man,
had a
come
problem
on,
with
bro.
cancer. So I went in to get a drug that I take every single month. A 90-day supply of this drug was absolutely free on the copay, thanks to some stuff that the Biden administration did the last 2 damn months they were in office. I couldn't get it free for 90 days. I had to buy it 30 days at a time with a copay of 142.38.
Well, she put forth the bill that was trying to help you with that.
No, she wasn't. I read her
So,
stuff. It's garbage. It's actually against.
oh,
I know
okay,
law better than
okay.
she does. She's been out of law school how long? How old is she?
He like 40.
Yeah. So I have been practicing law longer than she is alive. And I went to a better law school than she did at the time. And I
All
was
right.
kind of heavy with it. So I look at what she does. I've got every doggone paper qualification she does, and I say she's crap.
All right. I want to
And I'm
Indy,
not
I'm gonna
voting,
swing back
wouldn't
to
vote
you.
for her just because of her color, because I know that's not anything.
Right. I'm gonna swing back to you, Indy. I'm gonna move on to a couple. I don't see Lily or Moken, but Lily, if you come up, I'll bring you right up as a speaker. And so the same with Moken. Go ahead, Pete, and then after Pete is Mark and El Hotep, and then of course I'll go around the second round. If anybody else has something else to say, so go ahead, Pete.
Hi, Judge. Hi, Dana. This is Pete Bakulich.
Okay.
Um, there was a question earlier that you'd asked that you wanted somebody from the white race to answer about, why
Oh.
don't people talk about, white supremacy, this, that, and the other thing. My family didn't come over to the United States until after the early 1900s. And so most of the people in Europe um, enslaved by different tribes, different countries, and so on and so forth. So a lot of the folks, especially in the Balkans, were slaves of the Greeks, the Romans, the Illyrians, the Ottomans, and the Sacs, the Vandals, the Goths, the Visigoths, and so when we got over the United States, I have an alphabet last name, and that was when I was growing up in the late 50s, early 60s. We got looks from people because we had that strange last name that they couldn't pronounce. And so it just kind of naturally flocked a lot of the people together. I grew up in an area in California, San Pedro, which was a real ethnic melting pot. We had everybody from Italians and Poles and Blacks and Hispanics and Asians and Croatians and various other folks from the Balkans, including Greeks. And we just never grew up thinking of anybody as being a minority because we were all minorities. That's just my perspective on it. Um, Getting to the question that I had for the judge, I'm kind of interested to know because it seems like there's being a lot of challenges that are being levied at Doge and President Trump that are going to ultimately end up in the high court. And I'm a bit of a history buff, and something triggered my memory from history classes and the readings that I do. And I see, hearkening back to the 1200s when Magna Carta first came up, I see some interesting things in there, like against false imprisonment and debtor's prison and taxation without representation and such. And I'd be interested in your perspective on how that's influenced the Constitution and how you think, the Constitution, when it comes to the Supreme Court, kind of harkens back to that.
The Constitution has all of the experience of the Magna Carta. England is a constitutional government, but interestingly enough, it does not have a written constitution. It has what you call a common law constitution. It resides in the heads of the practitioners of law, which is interesting. Now, next thing we deal with, let's explain something with Musk and Doge, which might clear stuff up. Has anybody ever heard of a private eye, a private detective? What do you hire
Yeah.
a private detective for? He's not a cop. You hire him to investigate and he reports back to you or your lawyer. That's all Musk is doing, is being a private eye on behalf of Donald Trump and the American public. And he is coming back with an independent investigation that is going to be presented, and he does not have authority to prosecute anyone or do anything like that, nor does the private eye. The private eye just gathers information, and that's what we have. Doge is a collective group of private detectives acting on behalf of the United States government. And if you want a precedent for that, look at what the United States used to use when it had no investigative agency. It hired private investigators. They were known as the Pinkertons. So the United States for years used a private Pinkerton firm, private detectives, to conduct its investigations. So I'll pass the mic.
Anything else you wanted to add, Pete, before I go to the next speaker?
No, that was great. Thank you, Judge. Appreciate the explanation.
Yeah, and I put some things she's done in the purple pill just so you could see.
I appreciate that, Indy. Um, All right, I'll go to Mark and El Hotep. I see Peter down there listening. Usually Peter requests to come up. Go ahead, Mark.
So
How are you, Mark?
good. Look, here's the deal. These liberals, these progressives are out of power. We don't have to listen to that shit that they're talking about. We don't care about these begging programs that they've used to destroy black communities across this country. And when you look at the Office of New Americans, it's a full-fledged, holistic plan for sustainability for illegal immigrants to come into this country. We talking jobs, contracts, housing, education, resources, everything, and some. And so we don't want to hear that shit about Jasmine Crockett and the black carcass because it's a dead body of people. They're out of power. They don't have any power in the House, Senate, or um, House or Senate. The Supreme Court they've been outnumbered, and it is in our best interest right now to use this to our advantage, to use this opportunity to our advantage. Don't listen to these crying ass Democrats. They lost. Leave their ass where they are. This guy. This is what he does. We don't want to hear about them begging ass programs. Where's the holistic plan like the Office of New Americans for Americans? Until you show us that, we don't want to hear about those welfare programs, that Great Society bullshit that Johnson came with to intentionally destroy. And I would urge us to throw as many of them out of office as possible locally. We show nationally what we can do. Now let's go locally and move on as many of them as possible. They should never be allowed to be put. They should never be allowed to come back into power ever again. Anytime you were willing to give the whole country over to illegal immigrants, plus the ones who are here on expired visas, you don't deserve to be in office. You don't deserve to be in office representing our people. And so at this point, we could care less what they think. Don't tell us about a couple programs when you have when you spent billions of dollars accommodating a bunch of people that broke the law. Now, Judge, um, when it comes to this humanitarian parole, did you take a look at that humanitarian parole that Joe Biden had put in place for the Haitians, Nicaraguans, Cubans, and the Venezuelans? Did you see that?
Judge, you're muted.
Well, anyway, well, anyway,
Can you hear us? You're muted, Judge. Press on mute. Can you hear us?
he probably can't hear us. So where I'm going with this is Joe Biden intentionally took a bunch of people who had walked out of prison and mental institutions. The minute they came to America, they were given humanitarian parole. This was a program where they could work 18 months, stay out of trouble, and they would be granted citizenship. Paid work and then citizenship
Okay,
in this country.
I hear
So
you. I heard you. I just
yeah.
couldn't get the mute button to work. Okay,
Mhm.
let me break this down to you. If Biden and Harris had been permitted to go along with their plan, they could have granted asylum to these people and declared them political refugees. And if that's the case, there's something unusual. They don't have to go through any of the qualifications that ordinary people have to go through to become citizens, and they become citizens automatically after 5 years. The chief executive, meaning the president, has the authority to retroactively state the date when the time starts running. It would have been January 21st, 2021. So by the time the next midterm elections come up, 2 years from now, they would have already been U.S. citizens for 1 year and they could vote without further ado. And they were being shipped to crucial states where the Democrats were faltering. So add it up.
And Judge, that's exactly what was going on. And they didn't even hide it. It's not like they were hiding what they were doing, right? And so just like you're saying, they were attempting to put these people in specific places to become not just the voting base, but also the workforce. I want y'all to look up HR 572, which is the National Office of New Americans. HR 1308, the New Deal for New Americans. HR 1909, the Essential Workers Act that they then rolled into after the pandemic to give all these opportunities. We talking logistics, healthcare, construction. These are the bread and butter opportunities, jobs and contracts and opportunities that Americans depend on. They were giving all this over to these illegal immigrants as well as the people who were here that were on expired visas. That would have overtook the entire country. And I'm saying to us, I don't give a damn what this guy's talking about when it comes to this Democrat Party, and fuck them black congressmen and fuck them white congressmen in the Democrat Party. We're not going for this shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't care about your emotions about shit.
Yeah,
We go,
please lay off the F word.
you know what I'm
We on
saying?
YouTube.
As a matter of fact, we're gonna
And
save
I
him.
ain't say nothing
We're
about the
gonna save
Democratic
him from
Party. So
his dumb ass self.
start talking to me.
We're gonna save him from his dumb ass self
Because
talking this
Trump
old
already
emotion ass
said
fag
he
shit.
want
We don't care.
drug
Hey,
We
dealers
hey,
don't.
to
hey,
have the
let's not
death
talk.
No,
penalty, and
Wait a
that
we
minute.
don't. We
include
don't
your
care.
ass,
Wait
nigga.
a minute. Let's
We
not
excuse
talk
me.
over each other.
Let me finish what I'm saying. We don't care about no fag agendas, no feminist agendas, no immigrant agendas, no Pan Africanism. We gonna go against all of that stuff. That stuff has harmed our people, intentionally harmed our people, intentionally been put in place to harm our
Just
people.
like selling drugs in our
You know what I'm
community,
saying?
right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Why are you talking over him? Save your point, sir, and then you may
Mhm,
reply because neither
mhm.
one of you can make your point
And
when
he
you're
ain't gonna
talking
keep
over
trying to
each other.
talk about me, and I
I
ain't said none of
listen.
that.
Wait on your
I
turn.
don't give a
Wait
damn.
on your turn. Drop him.
You know what I'm saying? And so we're not gonna let no coward ass men or coward ass boys, because men don't operate like that. We're not gonna let no coward ass boys come here and try to convince our people to go along to get along with that in which we have proof has destroyed our people. We don't want that liberal shit. We're not interested in it. That progressive Jew shit, you know what I'm saying? Don't no Jews give us no orders. Them Zionist Jews, you take them and stick up your ass. We don't give a damn about nothing that they pushing. Not make us, you know what I'm saying, apologize to some people that we freed from Hitler. Our families freed them from Hitler in World War II. They can't make me apologize for nothing. The hell well, we don't follow orders from them. Now bring them in here and let them talk to me talking that shit that they talk.
All right, Judge, I sent you a co-host request link. Go ahead and respond, Indy, if you want to respond, and then I'm gonna go to Lily.
Yeah, I don't know why dude act like he was talking at me because I didn't say none of that shit. And as far as I'm concerned, locally, I rail on the Democrats all the motherfucking time because they run my city and done ran it into the ground. So you ain't talking to me when you saying that. So you need to address that to whoever you addressing it to because I didn't say none of that shit. So thank you. And I only brought up Jasmine Crockett because people said she didn't do anything. And I
Fuck
just
her
showed that
too.
she has
We
done
don't give a
something.
damn about her either.
Okay, well that's fine, but don't come at me like that, bro.
All right, I'm gonna go to Lily, and then I'm gonna go to Al Hotep. And Judge, I sent you the co-host request. Did you see it?
I see it.
Okay, go ahead, Lily.
Whew, I don't know how to follow that. I'm going to go back to what you asked earlier, and then I had to drop down because my phone died. I'm the mother of a multiracial child, and as far as talking about race and being white myself, it didn't come up. I didn't grow up like that. I grew up around all kind of people, and it was accepting. Now, in the late '90s, and I live in Oregon, and it's gotten crazy here. We've got a supermajority, and they push like right now. We're in Black History Month, and they don't give a shit about. I'm sorry, they don't give a crap about any of the real issues around here. But what they want to prop up is the history of drag queens that are black. And but I will say, like in the late '90s, that's when I started seeing like a lot of passive aggressive racism here, and largely coming from ultra liberals. Not all liberals, but ultra liberals. And during the summer of love, it got really bad here. And I had, neighbors who, I don't run around and talk my politics with my neighbors all the time, and who this one lady, like one time, because my boys are grown, and I have a teenage daughter at home, and my boys don't live in Oregon anymore because they don't like what it's become. And so, he came to town, and I was at work, and this older lady, who's one of the blue vote blue no matter who, called me at work to tell me that some black guy was hanging out with my daughter out in the parking lot skateboarding, and did I know about it? And I told her, yeah, that's my son, because he's in his 30s. And I hate that, I can't leave here because my mom's here and I can't leave her behind, but I hate that my boys are not here. And she kept at me during the summer of love, like she kept at me, oh, this and oh, that, you know, and I ended up snapping. And it was like I was embarrassed for myself because it was the first time that I ever felt like I had to defend my child because of his skin color.
What is the summer of love?
I'm talking, I live in Oregon. And so during 2020, they basically burned Portland down. Like it looks like, rioting, happened there. Like it's terrible. I don't even go there anymore because the crime, George Soros and the Arabella group has bought out all of our, like our judges, our politicians and so, we had massive riots here. And,
Mm-hmm.
you know, for all kinds of reasons, during 2020. And I felt myself snap. I snapped on my old neighbor lady who's, you can't fix stupid. You just can't, and I never had to deal with that a whole lot in my life. And I snapped on her. And I still feel like that today because things are like, not in my like everyday life with the people in my life, but like, I get online and it's like, oh, you voted for Trump, you must be a racist, that kind of shit. And
So they're calling the George Floyd riots in 2020 the summer of love.
that's what we call it here in Oregon. Yeah. We call it
Why?
because they were burning, like in the sake of,
because white
we're
people was in charge of the movement.
there. You go. That's why. You got a bunch of white boomer ladies in charge of the movement that fell for the hippie color revolution that still think they're back in that day. And so my first time of actually having to talk about race was flipping out because I feel like tell me one more mother effing time that my kid's a victim. You know what I mean? Like I just don't, that's not right. Like I raised really strong boys. I've got one that's got a flooring company in Montana and the other one's a cop in Spokane, Washington. You know? And so for me it feels like a very weird passive aggressive, I don't even know how to describe it. It's gross. So anyway, that's my, I never really had to because it never really came up. I just didn't. I didn't grow up that way. I'm second generation here,
Mm-hmm.
and so we didn't grow up like that, So anyway, that was my comment to that. And then I have a question for the judge. I had to get a hold of my local representative. I won't go into it a whole lot, but I came across firsthand information of a child trafficking ring in Oregon. And the people that are involved, like there's a doctor that's involved that sews these poor little babies up. And there are judges and politicians and police officers, and it is rotten in Oregon. And so I got a hold of a rep that I know I can trust, and he put me in contact with um, a state police officer that he trusts. That state police officer basically does murders, and he passed it off on to someone he said he could trust that's in human trafficking. This has been more than a month and a half ago, and nobody's contacted me since. I'm scared because somebody knows that I know. And I don't, the DOJ in Oregon is extremely corrupt, and I don't know what to do next. And I would like just a tiny little bit of advice of what I can do next to, one, protect myself because I still have a teenager at home, and two, to make sure that this is properly investigated. So anyway, that was my
Contact Homeland Security investigations. I know the New York office would definitely take that up, and they would transfer it over, and they wouldn't be able to ignore it.
and I could call New York even though I live in Oregon.
Yes, it's a federal agency. It's national, and believe me, they would be all over that. There's also a gentleman on here. I'll DM you. His name is Ryan Matta, and he actually produced a video about 300,000 children that have gone missing from the border under the Biden regime. And
Well, a lot of them are being funneled into Oregon.
yep.
So anyway, thank you. Thank you for allowing me
Are
to
you
speak,
there,
Dana.
Judge? Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
What you
Well,
have
she
in
asked you a
Oregon is
question
you
as
have
well.
all of those.
And thank you, Peter, for that information.
You have all of those trees in Oregon, and you have an ideal setup to smuggle stuff and do stuff in the backwoods. And there's a lot of things that go on, especially up in northern Oregon, that are not good. You will have a new sheriff in town, not literally, but the Trump administration's in, and you're going to find that there will be differences when the U.S. attorney for the area changes. I suggest that you might find the new administration is going to be a lot more sensitive to those issues. I know in Memphis, our chief of police, a female, name is Davis, from Atlanta, and then after that, through Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina, got caught up in child trafficking allegations. And for some reason, Memphis decided to hire her, but Memphis is almost 100% run by blue. So it seems to be a typical affliction of urban areas run by the Democratic Party. But I'll leave it at that. There are allegations, at least here, but they seem strong.
But that was some good advice, suggestions that Peter did give Lily. I see. Okay, I saw Deshaun and Dwight. I saw that you requested. I just have to clear some spaces up here, and then I'll bring you up. So I have you down in order. So I'm gonna go to El Hotep and then Peter, and then I'll move some stuff around.
Hey Dana,
Go
what's
ahead,
up?
El Hotep. Hi, how
Judge,
are
what's
you?
up? Um,
Hey,
considering, let me just go off of what the lady who was speaking before or after Mark
Hello.
was saying. Yeah, that's unfortunate. The unfortunate thing with that is what I've seen in my personal experience. Most white women with biracial kids don't talk about race. Um, their children get that sad reality call where, they get called N-word by their white friends or sometimes even white relatives, cousins or whatever have you, and things don't get weird for them. So that's unfortunate. I think for most people who are in biracial relationships, that's a conversation that they need to have. So yeah, that being said, that's unfortunate. But considering what Mark said with these congressional black clowns and charlatans, Judge, how do we get them out of the paint? Because if you go to these black churches and if you listen to clowns like Roland Martin and Al Sharpton and Jasmine included, the black church has them on the good side of history. They would have you think that they are on the good force of history and that 20 and 30 years from now we were all wrong. So my question to you is, what policy do we push to either remove them out of the way or to effectively show people that they don't have any policy that is going to do anything for black people? My second question to you is this. Are you on platforms like Telegram. The reason why I ask that is because we do need to get a little bit more strategic in how we strategize. And the last couple of weeks, I've been easily infiltrating Democrat spaces and stuff, gathering intelligence. And I'm more than sure they're doing the same on this platform and even on the YouTube. So my question to you is, in the near future, do you plan on getting on platforms like Patreon, Zoom, what have you, because we do need to switch the conversation over to platforms like that just because they are listening and they are gathering intelligence on us as well. Even in the conversation of reparations and stuff like that, we cannot have that conversation on here just for that because both sides, you got white Republicans on mega and these token sellout niggas that's on the left that do not want us to give reparations. So we do need to switch these conversations up to more secure platforms.
I do have my sources of information. And no, I'm not on that platform. I find it's enough being on social media. Not enough, but it's taxing. Remember, I'm an old man. I'm retired, sort of. And I do a lot of X, and I do Truth Social. Um, and I have some other plans in store, which I'm working on this week. So hang in there. But it is what it is. And this is something you need to know about how to combat that. The big lie told long enough and loud enough becomes believed as though it's the truth. If you tell the truth, you don't have to tell it as often, it'll overcome the lie. So the truth is the absolute enemy of the lie. And you can tell how strong the truth is by how vigorously the lying opposition resisted. So when you hear roly poly chocolate chip doughboy and Chicken George Sharpton and the whole Democratic pantheon in Congress and elsewhere start opposing what you are hearing now from the mainstream, you know that somebody is telling the truth by the vigor of their opposition. They're squealing and because they got stuck. And what did Shakespeare say? Thou doth protest too much.
Now, but see, the main thing that they focus on is this big divide where you had black Americans voting for Trump. So you got Roland Martin saying, see, y'all niggas voted for Trump and y'all ain't getting no policy. So the narrative now becomes, see, I told you so. I was right the whole time. So that's why I said, how do we effectively push to get them out of the paint? Because I've been to 3, maybe 5 black churches since the election, and the pastor pushes this narrative that they gutted Black History Month. They're going to steal black women. They're going to put you back in change. They even use that old Joe Biden remark from the 2012 election. But that's why I'm saying we have to we got to remove these old Negroes out of the way. Because what Mark said is very, very true. If you go to these black churches, and the black church is the cornerstone of our community, but they will push this lie that they are on the right course of history and that we're on the wrong course of history. And they will also push that because either you voted for Trump or you didn't vote at all, you are the exact cause of what they will claim is this apartheid type tyrannical future that we are heading towards. So that's why my question to you was, well, how do we get the Congressional Black Caucus out of the way? How do we get these Roland Martins out of the way? How do we get the Al Sharptons out of the way? And how do we get these old scared Negroes who are just sitting in the shadows, who are gatekeepers, out of the way? We need to push some
I
policies.
just told you, sir, the truth told much less time than the lie will get the truth affixed in people's minds. So what you do is just point out the discrepancies, point out the errors, point out the lies. And I've met Roland Poly Martin. He's an idiot. He's an arrogant, conceited somebody that thinks much more of what he is worth than he is.
Judge,
He
no
kissed up
disrespect.
on.
I
He
was just at
kissed.
DSU.
Okay,
A
what's
lot
that?
of people don't. No, go ahead.
He kissed up on Barack Obama, and because he kissed up on him so bad, the mainstream media found him and gave him a chance, which he didn't do too well in because his ratings are actually lousy. I get Nielsen stuff.
Well, his who you talking about?
Yeah,
Martin?
his ratings are.
Well, his no, his ratings are actually
They
good
are not.
now.
They are not. That's what they tell you,
Nah,
which is
they
a
not
lie.
doing good. It's a bunch of old
They're
people who listen to
horrible.
Roland
That's
Martin. No
like I'll give
disrespect
you
to
an
the elderly,
example.
but ain't nobody
I'll,
listening
Well,
to
I'm
Roland
talking.
Martin.
I'll
Okay,
give you an
wait, 1
example that
second.
I know
Let
well
me let
about.
me let me say something for clarity purposes. Because Roland Martin,
Is an idiot.
he's on YouTube and he gets over 5,000 in his live streams, and on his uploads he gets like in the 6 digits. So no, his views are
They
up.
promote him. If you pay
That's
them,
fine. He has a machine behind him.
if you
Yeah.
pay them enough money, they'll promote ours, but we don't. I sent you that schedule, even from X, where
Well, yeah. I'm
you
not
see what
saying
it
that. I'm
does.
just saying, yes, he has a machine behind him that puts you out there to get all those views. But yes, but his views, he
Well,
does have high views, but it is money that's
let
behind
me
that.
say this. I did a thing with Kwame Brown a few years back. We got 9.8 million views. If you look at it now, it's 880,000 because they kept knocking it down. You can't unview the stuff. They just didn't want anybody paying attention to what we had. Now, I claim some credit. Out of all of the syndicated programs that they've had on American TV, Nielsen declared that outside of the ball games like World Series, NFL, out of every syndicated show, I had more actual humans watching me than any other show. So I'll say that. But I didn't get any credit for it. You had Judy as the superstar, Oprah is the superstar, and I tied with Judy, and both of us beat Oprah's pants off every week of the year for the last 5 years I did the show. But she was the superstar, not me. Ellen DeGeneres is supposed to be a superstar, but she sometimes had 4 or 5 shows a season canceled for low ratings. But because she advanced their agenda, they kept boosting her like she was a superstar. She's not. And if you are concerned with your commercial dollars being wasted, then you don't advertise with her, which became the problem. But Hollywood says she advances our agenda, so we're going to give her a little bit of respect and we're going to promote her. The same thing they do with Roly Poly Martin. Look at Chicken George Sharpton. Now, why in the devil does Chicken George ever have a national spotlight? He's always jumping in on some cockamamie cause that's wrong, like he's been sued a time or two. Remember the one where the young girl claimed she'd been falsely claimed she'd got raped and got excrement smeared on her, and it turned out to be a lie, and all of that other stuff. And the fact that they were getting on Trump about the Central Park Five when it was a female Democratic prosecutor that prosecuted them, and one of the boys got brought down by his dad and said, "My son wants to confess to you." I mean, it was a pretty horrible crime. What's some decent human being supposed to say about it when it's presented through the mainstream media and the Democratic prosecutor as these boys confessed? It's pretty bad. So he just did what most people in America do. He relied on the mainstream media that gave some false information, apparently, or at least now that is inconveniently inconsistent with the narrative. So we just have to be aware of these things. Don't accept what you get. Just keep reading and see how many different versions you get. Rationalize the consistencies and inconsistencies, do your own analysis, and figure out what is likely to be the case.
Yeah, Judge, that may be true, but the vast majority of people are not believing that. They believe in their pastor. They believe in what they see on MSNBC, Joy Ann Reid, and all of that. They taking them and they believe in they word. So when I talk to
Oh
most of
yeah.
these people and I say, hey, this is what's going on, they say, well, nah, man, look at that Project 2025, man. Look at what Trump doing. That looks like true. They talk that same scared Negro babble. So that's why my question to you was, we got to do a little bit more than just that because they'll believe the pastor because they're already comfortable with the church.
Well,
This is my second and last question. What policies then do you expect, and to you too, Dana, what policies do you expect or do you think we are going to get from this Trump administration as Black Americans? Because listening to Rose again, he says there's going to be no policy that's going to help us. And they're pushing this campaign to Black people going into 2026 that we are going to be drastically affected by this and that we need to do something else in the near future to be more effective in I guess their idea is reaching the promised land. So my question to both of you, Judge and Dana, what policies do you think we are going to get as Black Americans
if I
under
could be
this
very
current
quick and
administration?
bail out of this one real quick, let me say this. I expect from the Trump administration a return to manhood, womanhood, and childhood as very important human institutions that should be respected as they have traditionally been respected. Duty, honor, obligation, responsibility, accountability, making where you live a better, safer, more secure place filled with economic prosperity, sense of purpose, morality, and ethics, where the men can be brave and courageous where necessary, but men of peace otherwise. I think that's what we're going after. And I think the party that roly poly popping fresh doughboy Martin represents is the antithesis to that, and therefore it's the enemy of humankind and generally good Americans, whatever your ethnicity.
Well, as far as to answer your question, we're going to get the policies that we demand to get. If you don't ask and you don't demand for something, you ain't going to get nothing. Closed mouths don't get fed. So, which is why the Democrats are pushing he's a racist, white privilege, white supremacy, so that Black people, especially Black people in prominent positions, don't want to engage with the majority, the Republicans who are the majority or even the White House. So, you got to ask and you have to demand and you have to come with an agenda and then you will receive. But we don't do that. And no matter who's in office and what party, you do that for anybody sitting in the office or anybody in Congress. You demand what you need. 1 second. Sorry. I skipped over Henrietta. I'm so sorry.
I
We've
just
been
hope
waiting
we
for a
do
minute.
do that though. I do hope we do that.
Can I just comment real quick on Hotep? Yeah, Hotep, you have a lot of what I like. I really like what you had to say, and I think you take a page out of Mark's book, um, and go after Section 3 and look at where these programs are, where the money is going, and then demand the seat at the table and get those grants or the programs for federal spending or state spending, and then slowly but surely you then create a business and you employ people that you want to employ in your own community. I think also for your earlier point, I think the best thing that you could do is to infiltrate these groups and these people. But just like you said, they're watching, they're trying to infiltrate. If you're an African American, you can infiltrate these groups even better because you could
Damn
wear
right.
you could wear their garb, you could wear all of their nonsense, you could talk what they're saying and they'll believe it because of the color of your skin. And so then what you do is once you get in there, you do exactly what the government would do, what the CIA did, and these intelligence agencies do. You gather intelligence and you leverage these individuals, and then you expose it. I think
Sunrise Zoom
the
calls.
best way to fight back against this is to do exactly what Project Veritas has done. They do they do recordings and they do them with the individuals that are in these agencies and in these groups, and they get them to say what they regularly wouldn't say because they get comfortable, and then they get rid of them because there's egg all over their face. So I think the more and more that you could develop maybe a nonprofit or another group where you can have a whole list of agents. Imagine like how the FBI went after the mafia, right? They were everywhere all the time. They were getting informants, they were taking pictures. Now imagine you could raise money where you can then do this, and you could make it so that you make a living off of doing this. These people will be so scared you will never see them again. And just like Mark said earlier, they should never be back in power. They should be in penitentiaries, places like USP Tucson. They should be in Hazleton, places of extreme violence, because they are traitors to the country. And that is how serious this is. We are at a precipice of disaster. We step back from the brink with Trump. We need to keep our foot on the gas. And these are the tactics that we need to employ in order to make sure that the enemy never takes a foothold again. I'll land there.
Uh, well said. Henrietta, you've been up here for a minute, correct?
Hi. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's
Yeah,
okay.
and
It's really interesting. I'm learning a lot and calming down.
all right, so I'm gonna go to you, Henrietta, and because Peter was next after El Hotep, but I skipped over you. So I'm gonna go to you, and then I'll swing back to Peter, and then Jacqueline and Adam. I don't know what happened to the judge. He dropped down. He should be coming
Oh, that's
back
too
up
bad.
His phone
any
probably
minute.
crashed. He'll be right
Come
back,
on,
probably.
Nah, it
Judge. Come
probably just
back,
got
Judge.
Yeah.
We're
Did you
gonna
have a
we're gonna
question
need a
for him?
judge when I start talking.
Yeah,
Is he here?
not yet.
Well,
I'm
I
about
would
to
like
text
to
him.
ask Mr. Indy Luff a question.
Good.
Um, why? I want to ask you, why do you need a plantation boss?
I don't think he ever said that though.
Oh yeah, he did. Because everything he was saying meant is that same propaganda y triggery word, all that stuff they study to keep people in line and ultimately uh, doing what they want, uh, burning stuff and all that. Come on, I grew up in LA. So this is not new. This is not, this none of this stuff is new. They've been playing these games for a long time, but nobody ever seems to wake up to it. They just keep doing it over and over. So I would just like somebody to tell me, why do you need somebody like Jasmine Crockett spitting BS propaganda, mind control that you're so comfortable with, so programmed to accept? And you can't think for yourself and look around you and see the reality of everything around you where that's your truth, where she's doing great. Okay, she's okay, but nobody else is. You see what I mean? A lot of other people aren't. She's with the people that are flooding the country, harming. And I'm not for a community of people of you know I think everybody should live together. It's America. We're all Americans. I'm one of them, that kind of people. So, because she couldn't talk to me like that for a second, I find her detestable. I find her insulting. I think she is disgusting. I think she's a pimp. I think she is garbage. So I want somebody to tell me, especially a man, especially a black man, please tell me why she can talk to you like that. Please. Why do you need a plantation boss?
Well,
Thank
that's for
you.
Indy.
Hold
Indy, you
on,
could
hold
reply.
on. She ain't talking to me like that.
Yes,
I
I
Wait,
am.
wait,
respect
I'm
that,
talking
Adam.
but
right
Dead
to
went.
you.
Wait,
You
wait.
don't
Stop,
mind
stop.
how Jasmine Crockett talked to you. Why can't I ask you a
No, no,
No,
no.
question?
you. That
I
was
have
No,
to
you can ask
El
the
finagle
question. I'm
you.
just saying
Stop.
she
I have
wasn't
to
talking.
BS
Stop.
you. I'm
El
sorry. I'm
Wait.
from LA, California.
I know. Stop. Everybody, calm down. That was for Indy, not you, El Hotep, because she said Indy. So,
Okay,
did you
well,
want
when
to?
she said she asked a black man, she was
But
shit.
she
I
was
had to let
still.
her know.
She called out Indy.
Okay, cool,
If
cool. I caught the black man
All
part,
right.
so
So,
I had to,
Indy, do you want to
put my foot on
reply?
the
Do you want to
accelerator.
reply, Indy? Do you want to reply, Indy?
Yeah, I can reply, but she was basically talking to black men that feel like whatever she was saying.
No,
Uh,
she was talking about black men who support Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, like so she was just talking to black men anyway, but it sounded like a Karen undertone to me. But anyway,
Yeah, that's what I took
um,
that as too.
damn right, I know that shit like the
Well,
back of
let
my
me wait.
hand.
Hold on for a second. El Hotep, do you support Jasmine Crockett?
Hell fucking no, I don't. But when she
All
asked
right, then. So
asked a
then,
black
how
man,
is
hold
it
on,
that? Wait,
because
wait. So wait. So and don't say the F word. So if you don't support Jasmine Crockett, if you don't support the Democrats, why are you offended with what Henrietta said? She's talking about black people, specifically black men who support Jasmine Crockett and who support the Democrats.
like I stated before, when I heard her say I'm asking a black man, I heard that part. I didn't hear her talk about the individual who's going to speak before me. I heard her specifically say
Why
I
is
want
that
to
all
ask a
you
black
heard? See
man.
how triggered you
No,
are? See, you're an algorithm all amongst yourself. You are an algorithm. You make
the only
yourself a
reason
target right there.
the
I
only
said
reason why
everything, but that's what you trip on. Please
no, I
look
wasn't
it.
really tripping
You
off that.
making
I just want to
yourself
answer
get
the question.
played. You are so easily played. That's what sets you off. You see that?
Are
I
you
didn't
a
say anything
small-minded
racist,
individual?
nothing. I
Are
am
you a
not
small-minded
racist.
individual? You must be a
What?
small-minded
What?
individual.
A
Because
small?
like
I'm
I just
inducted
stated,
in the
I
International
wasn't
Honor
offended by what you
Society.
said.
What are you
I don't
talking
believe
about?
you're from Los Angeles, California. I
I
don't
don't
believe you're
care
from
what
Los
you
Angeles.
believe. I am
You
straight
know,
up from LA,
what part?
honey.
What part? What part? And you
I
didn't
am
even pronounce
from
it correctly. So I know you're lying.
I
What
grew
part?
up in LA. I went to
What part?
Venice High, got
Venice
kicked
High.
out, went to Uni
That's not
High.
nowhere near LA. So
That
I know
is
you're lying.
LA because they bust everybody in. I went to school with Ice-T. What are you talking about? Everybody was all together. Don't tell me who I am. You
Henrietta,
don't
what
know
part of Los
me.
Angeles are you
Listen,
from?
let me tell you something. Why don't you just, instead of being triggered, instead of proving that I'm right out of the gate,
I didn't care if you're right or
why
wrong.
don't you just answer my
Small-minded white woman.
question?
Can
Why
we
are
just
you
call it a
emasculated
misunderstanding and a
by
miscommunication?
Jasmine Crockett? And why do you need a plantation boss? That's all I asked you.
Your husband is emasculated. That's why he sits on the
You
toilet to
didn't
pee.
ask him, you asked somebody else.
Your
All right.
husband
So
gets emasculated.
El Hotep, stop for a second. I want Indy to respond because she called Indy's name. She was directing to Indy and people who support Jasmine Crockett. So go ahead, Indy.
Your
Yeah,
husband is a beta male. He gets bent over.
Calling me a Karen.
Yeah.
I
Shut
don't
your
even
old
know
ass up.
anybody with that name.
El
Clown.
Hotep, I need you to get. You got to stay muted. You got to stay muted. It's between
Tell her she
Henrietta
better
and
watch her mouth.
Indy.
I
Stop
don't
the
No,
watch
ad
my
because
mouth.
hominem.
nobody
I don't.
doesn't have to watch anything. Everybody here is all adults. I don't know why you
Don't mute
upset. She wasn't
me.
even talking to you.
I don't watch
So
my mouth.
I would like for Indy to respond. I don't need people jumping off their mic. Stop. It's not that deep. It's really not. Go ahead, Indy.
yeah. So whenever I hear white people use terms like plantation,
Yeah.
that automatically triggers me. And I reserve the right to be triggered by that. Um, and as far as Jasmine Crockett goes, I'm not like her biggest fan or anything, but it was just being said that she does absolutely nothing, which is not true. And that's all I was saying. But I reserve the right to like whoever the fuck I want. So
No, we're not going to
at
say the
the end of
F
the day,
word.
I don't
And
need no
nobody
white
is not
woman
saying the F
telling
word.
me who.
Nobody is not saying the F word. We're not doing that. So you could say whatever, but do not say the F word. Thank you.
Okay, sorry
No
about that.
white woman.
Sorry about that, but I don't need a white woman telling me who I can and who I can't like or what plantation she thinks I come from or
No, I said,
what I
why do you
need.
need a plantation
Because number one,
boss?
I don't need a white
It's
woman
not
to
rocket
lead me.
science.
Number one, I don't need a white woman to lead me.
White,
Y-
white,
y'all
white. I don't care.
and secondly,
I don't trip like that.
y'all are the
Keep
reason why
saying it
black
over and over
women
like I give a
y'all
F.
y'all are the reason why the black
Oh,
women
no,
uh,
honey. I'm
uh
not the reason for
got
nothing
messed
for
up with
you.
the women's suffrage, all that
What are you
feminist
talking about?
movement.
My family came here in the
Y'all put that on black
late
women anyway.
1800s.
So first of
Um,
all, Karen,
yeah, try
can I
harder.
finish what I have to say, Karen?
You
Well,
don't
one
have
at a
Responding to
nothing to
time.
say.
you.
One at a
All
time.
right, wait. All right, wait. Let Indy finish what he's saying, Henrietta, because he let you speak. So just let him talk without interrupting him. But Indy, don't call anybody out their name unless they call you out yours first. But go ahead, Indy, and then Henrietta
Well,
could reply. And then I want to go to Jacqueline.
I was offended when she started talking about plantations and stuff. So
So you're the Karen.
that
You're
called
the
me out of
Karen.
my character because I don't live on a plantation.
Everybody,
So
one at a
Said, why
time.
do you
You'll
need
get
a
one at
boss?
a time,
Plantation
people.
boss.
One at a
she,
time. It doesn't work
Jasmine
when you talk
Crockett
over
is
each
not
other.
my boss. I live in North Carolina. I have my own business, so I'm my own boss. So I debunk you again. Um, like I said, I don't need white women to lead me anywhere. But to get some cucumber sandwiches or some unseasoned potato salad. So I really don't care what you think, how you think, who you are, how many black men you have slept with, or think you know, or how many times you been to the hood. You can't tell me nothing, white woman.
I could tell you anything, everything I want, anything. And that's what I'm doing right now. So you answered my
And that's
You
question.
can
because
Thank
feel
you.
however you want, ma'am. It ain't gonna
You're
change nothing for
right.
me.
it's First Amendment, people. We promote it on what Dana and I do. So, one thing I would point out to everybody, why is it okay for black folk to down white people, but not the other way around? What's good for the goose, good for the gander. One
Yeah, but
person
I
Yeah,
didn't
can run
yeah.
down
with
any
nothing,
black
Nobody,
we can
people.
nobody
come back
said
on
that.
that. So I mean, it's
Nobody
not
said
bad
that
if
but
you're
her.
expressing opinion. And frankly, I kind of adopt the one that the lady just said. Why in the devil are black men listening to an idiot like Jasmine Crockett and following her as a so-called leader?
Judge, I told you the church. That's the number one problem. The church.
The
Them
pulpit
old ass
pimps.
niggas keep talking about that. Oh, Trump doing this, doing that. It's the church.
Pulpit
Yeah,
pimps.
The church keeps selling that
Indy,
lie.
what has Jasmine Crockett done in your eyes? List three things if you can.
He did earlier.
I wasn't here for
Yeah,
that.
But I
I
want to
already
talk to
I
Indy Left
already
some
answered
more.
that, and I put it in the purple pill because it was said that she didn't do anything for her district. So I put specific things that she's done for her district. So I
But
already
I
answered
want to
that.
All
talk
right, let me
to Indy
read it.
Left
Thank you.
some more. I don't care if he calls me
All right,
white.
I'm gonna give y'all 2 minutes, and then I gotta go to Dwight and
He
then
could call me
Jacqueline.
white a
So
thousand times. I don't care. I want to talk to
She
Indy
said the
Left.
white.
no, no,
She said the
I
white.
said no, no, no. I said I'm gonna give y'all 2 minutes, and then I have to go to Dwight, a speaker, and then Jacqueline. So 2 minutes for y'all to air out y'all back and forth, and then Dwight, and then Jacqueline, and then Adam and Starry and Starry. So go ahead, finish up, Henrietta.
Well, first of all, people can get in testing for cancer. I wouldn't trust that Jasmine Crockett is whatever bill she passed for any cancer testing has anything to do with a propensity, which research has shown if there's a higher incidence of a particular type of cancer. I don't know what cancer Indy Left was talking about. Was it bowel cancer? What kind of cancer was it? Was it colon cancer, Indy Left? What cancer are you?
I posted the article. So if you read the bill
Well, that's
instead
all
of
right.
just
I can
saying,
read real fast. I'm just
okay, yeah,
asking you a
just
question. I don't know
well, you
what
could
a
just
Did
purple
you
pill
read it,
is.
Indy? No, Indy. I don't have time to read it either. But if you read it, just give us a synopsis of
Yeah.
what it said.
it was basically giving people who can't afford cancer care like better access and more resources that
They
weren't
already
there.
have that.
Well,
It's something they
there
already
there
have.
could there could always be more for people who don't
Right.
have health
Yeah.
insurance
Yeah.
or health coverage. So I felt like that was a good thing.
Well, then they have Medicaid.
I
Indy Left.
Because I've had family members
Medicaid.
who no, listen. What I'm saying is I've had family
Well,
members
but I'm saying because I'm a
who've had
nurse.
cancer that almost become bankrupt because of cancer care
No.
and lack
Mm-mm.
of
No.
health
No.
insurance
No.
adequate. No, you can't tell me what happened to my
Yes, I
family, ma'am.
absolutely can. I worked in utilization
Ma'am, I'm
management.
telling you something that directly happened. What are you talking about?
Because if you can't afford to pay your cancer bill,
You
you've got
can't tell me that
Medicaid.
that didn't happen to my family member.
Well, then something you don't understand the whole story.
Oh,
Because
okay,
when you have
okay, ma'am.
cancer,
Okay.
you can't pay your bill, you have Medicaid, Indy Left.
Ma'am, like,
Medicaid.
like I said, I'm not on the plantation that you own. So
I don't own a
let's
plantation,
not do
okay?
that. Let's not
I
do
was
that.
asking why would a man who is historically been emasculated in this country just allow somebody to benefit themselves and feed them some BS? It's 2025.
First of
Why?
all,
I want to know.
she's no different from any other politician, and I never said she
Mm.
leads me. I live in North
All
Carolina,
right.
ma'am. So
Okay. So I need to go to Dwight
May I
and then Jacqueline.
introduce a factoid here? You live in California, they have Medicaid. Some states like Tennessee do not have Medicaid. If you want to make up for what's not covered by
They
Medicare,
don't
you have
have
to.
Obamacare,
They
Judge. They
have
don't have
Obamacare.
Obamacare.
They
No, they
have
don't
that.
in the South, but they
Hold
have
on,
Medicaid.
hold on. They
Well, let the
don't
judge go.
have Medicaid in Tennessee, but they have Medicare. If you want to get Part A, B, D, etc., you have to get private insurance. A lot of people in Tennessee get it through ARP. I paid $1,673 and some cents 2 years ago for full coverage Blue Cross through SAG-AFTRA. I got off of that and got Medicare, and my bill for health care for the year was $14,800 instead of $1,670, plus about $3,000 worth of copays. So it's a ripoff. And by the way, Obama didn't come up with it. The person who drafted it was Dr. Bill Frist of Nashville, Tennessee, whose family founded Blue Cross Blue Shield and is making billions of dollars as a result of what's in
Right.
American affordable health care.
But Judge, you know Medicaid is for under 65 and Medicare is over 65,
I
right?
know, but
It's,
I'm just saying I refuse to accept the federal money in Tennessee, so there is no Tennessee Medicaid. That's
well,
just
Medicaid's a federal program.
I know, but they refuse to allow the money to come into Tennessee. They will not allow it to be dispersed. So Tennessee does not have Medicaid.
Okay.
So what do people who don't have insurance? What do they
You
have?
don't.
I don't. I don't know. All right. I need to go
If
to
you
Dwight.
collect, if you collect some form of Social Security, you can get Medicaid,
That's Medicare.
but you still get damn near bankrupted because it doesn't cover 20% of the tab.
But Judge,
All right. I
Medicare.
need to wait 1 second. 1 second. I need to go to Dwight and I need to go to
Can I
Jacqueline.
just
Adam,
finish with
sorry.
the judge, please? 1 second, please, because I'm going to
30
Okay,
seconds.
Judge, you keep going back to the Medicare example, but please let me explain that to you, and I'll do it really fast. So the reason, when you get into Medicare at a certain age, the research, it's all medical science in this country is based on efficacy, right? You understand everything I'm saying, efficacy of the
I
treatment.
understand, yes.
So at a certain, hold on, Judge, because I only have a couple seconds left. So at the certain age, okay, depending on the type of cancer, they might say, well, it's palliative, it's efficacy, where if you were maybe 10 years younger, then Medicare would pick up the tab. But under 65 is Medicaid, and that is a federal program. However, you are correct that the federal program the money usually is dispersed to the state. And I do know that there are some southern states that rejected it. So that is true.
Well, Tennessee, it says Tennessee has Medicaid. It's called 10 Care.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so they
but
just
that's not
renamed it.
federal. That's not federal. And it is very
Whatever
limited.
the hell. I need to move on.
Well,
I need
yeah,
to
Let
go
me,
to
Medicaid
okay,
Dwight.
I'm
is
going to
limited.
answer a question very briefly. When I
Medicaid is
was
limited.
getting
It's
She didn't
treated,
garbage.
answer a
when I
question.
was getting
Can we
treated,
just move
listen,
on to
just
the
stop,
next? We
stop. I
spend
can
too much
finish this
time
in
on this.
15 seconds. When I was getting treated for cancer every day of the
Yes,
week
sir.
for 2.5 months,
Yes, sir.
several times I said, I'll pick up the guy's tab because he had no coverage past the primary Medicare, which only picked up 80% of the tab. He couldn't afford it, or she couldn't afford it. It's a
Uh-huh.
damn shame in the United States of
It
America
is.
that exists. So I'll
Well,
pass
and
All
if
right.
you're
I
my.
need to go to Dwight. And
okay,
we're going to Dwight.
Yeah.
okay.
Go ahead, Dwight. Sorry.
This
It's
is
okay,
interesting.
Dana.
Yeah, I think um, that we as men in America, black men to be exact, we do get triggered by words and things, and rightfully so, because we come from a long list of things um, that is unfortunate on our end to trigger these feelings, like being left out, lied to, and things of that nature.
Huh.
So I think it was Peter that made a great statement on how to infiltrate these different structures, because a lot of these things, these programs that are implemented, like USAID and things of that nature, have a money trail that most, I'm gonna just say this, Democrats states, they run it because you look at it, they're funded by people that isn't American or is foreign interest. And the thing about that is, if you ever want to find out if anyone is going to help you, look at the money trail, right? It takes $14,000 a day just to run a campaign. Now, how many successful, independent uh, black men and women, like as of Jasmine Crockett and the other ones, that actually put their money in the interest of their own people? They can't. Why? Because the money that was funded to them was coming from outside policies, outside foreign entities. So we do have to be mindful of how we treat things. I go into spaces all the time, and they talk about reparations. They talk about white. They talk about black. They talk about Hispanics all the time. And a lot of the times we in there, you'll understand. You'll see that if you're not black, people don't want that discussion to go on or to progress, because we're too easily triggered. Our emotions come out so fast and so invalid, to the point we make good statements and we make great points, but it's the way we say it, it's the delivery that makes people not want to talk to us and bring these things to the table and keep them on the table. So the infiltration structure has to look like this. It has to be quiet. It has to be talked about in a respectable way. That way you can get your honor on the back end when you're around people that align with that. Now, Judge, I got one question. When the D class come out, how do we get our hands? Because I remember it was a short D class that came out in Trump's first term. But when the D class come out, whenever they decide to, confirm Cash Patel, when the D class come out, how do we where do we go to get our hands on these documents, so that way we can educate our youth? Our youth is the actual, focus right here, right now, because they hold a lot of influence on the youth. And if we don't tackle the youth now, how are we going to tackle anything in the future?
He might be having a problem unmuting again.
You can unmute, Judge. He asked you a question.
Oh, I thought I unmuted. I've seen the documents in question, at least as they apply to King. They've been out there since 1991. That was due to a congressional act in 1991, enabled by George Herbert Walker Bush and backed up by President William Clinton. All documents pertaining to any assassination or attempted assassination were ordered sent to a repository that was located on 14th Street in downtown DC. I've been there quite a few times. There's a bunch of it in the King Ray files that were in my courtroom. And a lot of it's very interesting, but you had to make a request generically by category or by specific document to get them. A lot of people didn't do that. It was just researchers, and that's all. Now, what Trump is going to do, I understand, is take those same documents, which are now in a repository in Bethesda, Maryland. It's been moved from downtown DC about 15, 20 years ago. And I understand he's going to publish them. And there are some very interesting things in there that change up what's going on. And when you do the cross checking and analysis, you'll find that the FBI, that used to be the Bureau of Investigation before it became the FBI, has been complicit in a lot of what's going on, if not actually arranging the killing as they did with Dr. King, by being complicit in covering it up because it was convenient to their purposes that the thing occurred. So, yeah, it's really bad. But it's
Judge, I want to follow up with that real quick, and because it seems like we, I agree with you on a lot of things, and a lot of people think that. Yeah, I've spoken to people and they say, "Oh, he believes in conspiracy theories." Do you believe that 9/11 happened the way that they said it happened?
I have some questions about it. I'm looking at 9/11, and I'm looking what bin Laden did for a living. He was an architectural engineer, somebody that had a privy to the plans and also to the prior attempt on the Twin Towers, which was to be carried out by some explosive devices vanned into the basement of that same facility. I think it was deplorable that the American intelligence community was that far off the mark. I know some of the people that are in that community, and I know some of them are good, and some of them illustrate why such a mess occurred. But right now, if you think 911 was bad, you don't even have to go through those changes because the people walked across the border with the military grade explosives over the last 4 years, free of charge, no inspection, and get free transport to wherever they wanted to go. So we have 911 ready to go one more time in a much more horrible way. And we have the equivalent of 1.5 million Chinese males who have been militarily trained, who've been allowed to come across the border. It typically
But
takes from 35 to 45 days to get here from mainland China. But we have a
but
million
Um,
and a
but
half here, so that's bad. We have ISIS and Al Qaeda representatives, Hamas representatives, the representatives of Iran, and I'm sure they're just waiting words to go.
but Judge, don't you? Wouldn't it stand to reason that that level of complicity in just in being so in dropping the ball in such a way speaks more towards that they're allowing this to happen on purpose so that they can take more civil liberties away? Doesn't it stand
That
to
too.
reason that
That
I'm
too.
sorry?
That too.
Yeah,
Remember the Pan Am 747 that went down in the 90s over right
Lockerbie.
off the
I had
East Coast?
Lockerbie, Scotland, right?
No, not that one. The one that went down
Oh.
off the American East Coast, where they put in some very stringent security methods, and then it turned out it wasn't terrorist activity. They said it might have been a Navy missile that went astray. And what the real deal came out to be, because I heard it from several Boeing engineers when I was a guest at their factory in Renton, Washington, was that the problem was it was a design situation where they put in new improved engines and they blanked off the central wing root fuel tanks, but they still could fill with fumes, and they didn't take the pumps out, and the pumps arced when they were in a dry situation, and that blew the plane up. But they didn't change the security. I think a lot of what's going on is because people wanted to get in place a totalitarian situation, and I must implicate the Republican and the Democratic parties in that. But I think the Democratic Party has been morphed into MAGA, which is a new third party that has come into play, and it's going to split off from the Republican Party. So that's an
Take it over.
opportunity. Yeah, well, split off. Um, at the beginning of the Civil War, right before the Civil War in the 1840s, there was only one political party in the United States. That was the Democratic Party. The Republican Party was chartered in 1851 for the specific purpose of ending slavery and stopping its spread. The
Oh, with
Democrat,
Jackson and Hamilton
no,
around that
Jackson
time.
was a low down scoundrel. He was a homicidal maniac. And in today's world, he would be deep under a penitentiary if not on somebody's death row.
all right. I want to get to Jacqueline. Did I say your name right? Jacqueline?
Looks like Jacqueline to me.
Yes, you did. Sorry, I'm trying to fighting my phone over here, trying to get it off mute. But yes,
Okay.
you did. And thank you for allowing me to speak. And I won't be long. I'm not going to take too much of your time, but I want to go back to the Medicaid and the Medicare conversation. Um, as the judge said, Medicaid, it seems like it does not exist. Yes, I get what you're saying, but it does. However, Medicaid is federally funded, but it's managed by each state, right?
State allocated.
And not everyone that applies or that has extra bills, just because you have an extra bill doesn't mean Medicaid's going to step up and pay for it when Medicare can't. Medicaid does not have an age limit. Um, Now, Medicaid does do this, and this is where the government quit taking care of the elders. They go and like you qualify based on your income. I have a family member who her husband, and now I'm in Kentucky. All right. My aunt and uncle together combined, he's an old Southern Baptist preacher. She stayed at home with raising kids. Combined, they drew like $1,015 a month. They did not give them Medicaid. They gave them Medicare and put Medicaid as the QMB, which paid for their Medicare premium. All right, that's where the elders of our country, they're getting shoved to the side, and it's wrong. And then you've got you spoke on the ACA with Obama. Well, the ACA is they claimed it was cheaper. No, it's not. You take somebody who's making a little bit above minimum wage, because that's who it's for. Those who are just barely above the limit for Medicaid, and those people are looking at $400 premiums a month when they're just making above minimum wage. That's their whole paycheck. It's
Right.
sick
Well, no,
the
it
way
depends on where you
Medicaid
live
is.
and who and what you
No,
are.
it's
If you're
not.
an
Well,
illegal, they will pay for your ACA. Sorry, but they
oh,
will.
really? Yeah, because I was about to say that ACA is a ripoff. It's a piece of shit. That
Yep.
It is.
ACA.
You're
Straight
exactly
up.
right.
If you're an
It is.
illegal in
You're
California,
exactly right.
you getting it all free. And that's a fact. You could have
You're get,
ACA, Medicaid, whatever. You're not paying anything. They have so many little tricks and spins and everything. Anyway,
right,
they
but it
even they
depends
even
on who you
wait because
are,
I'm a nurse. I've seen it. They actually
ma'am.
issue,
I do these contracts every
yeah,
day.
they
I know.
issue
Right. Okay. Wait,
social
Henrietta, you gotta let
security
Jack.
card,
Wait,
social
wait, wait.
security numbers for people in California
Henrietta
that are
is
illegal.
all right. Henrietta is Jacqueline's time, so she has the floor. Go ahead, Jacqueline.
And I'm not. I mean, like I said, I work these contracts every day. I see every bit of it, and it's sad because they're worried about what the provider makes, and they don't see the big picture, that it circles back whatever the provider makes. If you're giving people these providers high rates because you've got these democratic, and I'm sorry if I offend anybody, but you've got these democratic policies that are supporting these physicians and these hospitals associations from going bankrupt. So they're wanting to get these high, pay reimbursements, but yet where does it go? Who's paying for, who's fitting the bill for it? The member. It circles all the way back around, and then premiums go up, up, up. It's sad. What the ACA is a joke.
Yeah, it is. All right. So real quick,
I
Adam,
agree with you.
Adam is next. I just want to go to YouTube real quick, for a couple of questions. Missy says, Judge, what do you think about all the plane crashes? Who's behind them? Do you think the Trump administration knows how to handle it?
Happenstance still the safest way to travel. I was in an almost crash 50 some years ago going into Washington, D.C. The plane's hydraulics went out. We circled a runway for an hour. We presumed some other aircraft had problems. They didn't tell us anything. We hit the runway, bounced. A landing gear collapsed, and we slid off into the river. It was interesting, but things happen. So after a while, the odds catch up, and there's a problem with too much money being spent the wrong way and inefficiently.
I saw somebody did an article and they put numbers compared Biden's, let's say, first 60 days and Trump's first month or whatever when it came to plane issues, and Biden had more or something like that. So as of so if you put like both presidents on their first month when it comes to problems with the FAA and planes, Biden had more incidents that took place. But and in that same article it said, yes, airplanes is still the safest. It's the safest travel, and it is. It's safest. It's safer than driving a car. A whole lot more safer. But I get it because I get nervous as well. So thank you for that question. I'm gonna go to Adam, and then I'm gonna swing back to another question, and then it'll just be open floor. So go ahead, Adam.
Well, thanks for having me up. I've had a bit of a headache tonight, so I was kind of reluctant to jump up here when it was getting all feisty. But now it's a little bit more chill. I'm ready for the conversation. As far as the white supremacy or the white and black, um, me, I'm an immigrant. I'm not a tether because I don't collect unemployment or any of that. I'm quarter Middle Eastern, reaching back to Palestine, reaching back from previous to British Mandate Palestine to Kurdish, I believe. That's on my grandma's side. And then, other than that, to what the gentleman was talking about, the Balkans, I have Yugoslavian, Bosnian lineage. That's the other three quarters of my family. And you've had Alexander the Great go through there. You've had the Ottoman Empire go through there. You've had Mongolian. So I've got a mix of, like, my cousin did a 22 and me or whatever it is, 21 and me, and she found Mongolian, Italian. So, like, I'm a mutt, when it comes down to it. And I've been here since the '80s. To just let you know, I was born in 1980, so that I'm 44. So I've been around for a minute, and I always, you know, saw myself as a minority in a way, but I got light skin, I have tan skin, whatever the hell. It doesn't really matter to me. I'm an individualist. I treat people on individual bases. If you're a piece of crap, you're a piece of crap. They exist in all races, colors, sizes, and whatever. But as far as the Democrats and Republicans go, um, I haven't liked either of them, to be honest with you, for the past 20 decades. I mean, 2 decades that I've been paying attention. Bush, eat shit. New World Order, same dude. You go back to it, it goes George Bush Sr., we're gonna usher in a new world order. Clinton, we're gonna usher in a new world order. Bush Jr., we're going to usher in a new world order. Uh, Obama, who was the biggest letdown, my family voted for him. I can't vote, but my family voted for him, and we supported him. We celebrated, and then it turned out he was Bush Jr. 2.0. He just continued that Bush agenda toward the new world order, and he said, we're going to usher in a new world order. I'll tell you who didn't say that was Trump. And Trump went to the WEF, all the Crown. He went to the Vatican, and he went to the WEF, and he spit in their face. He said, "American sovereignty, America first." And I respect that. And I saw both these clowns on the Republican side, Mitch McConnell, and all these establishment people that have been robbing us and taking our money, which Doge is exposing, I'm all for it. And I saw them both go after him. And that's what put me on to Trump. I don't idolize man, I only believe in God and worship God. And that's the thing. This guy, he's a man. Maybe God is working through him, like he's working through all of us. And that's where and one thing that what Trump has done. You want to talk about things that he's done in his last administration? He had two EOs that were against human and child trafficking, which is no other president really has put such an effort forward to. And then he had he actually, Ice Cube, who I originally was my first mixtape, was the not mixtape, it was just the Predator. Like growing up in the 80s, that was the first tape that I got, cassette tape. But he went to the White House and he went to the table. He's like, I'm gonna meet with Trump and see, these Democrats aren't doing nothing for me. Let me see if this man, who seems to be different from the Republicans and the Democrats, um, if he could make some things happen and come to the table. And that's important. And they created the Platinum Plan, and that created opportunity zones and different things. And I'd say that put more effort than I've seen toward the community itself, than any other president. And one last thing I'll state and I'll yield on is, man, the third thing. I know I should have written it down. I knew it, but regardless, yeah, I think we need to root these bastards out. Excuse my French, from both sides. They're both crooked, and we got to put Americans first, which includes everybody, that is American citizen, before anybody else. And that's the bottom line. And we take care of our own, and well, it's just, I come from this place where I grew up. Me and my boys back in the day in the 90s, we would call each other the NIGGA. That's my NIGGA. But I can't even like feel like I could even say that anymore, just because I'm kind of light skinned and whatever. But I've been called a sand ninja. You know what I mean? Like it's, and I take that with stride. Like, okay, yeah, whatever. Damn right, I'm a camel toe jockey. You know, but yeah, regardless, I'll yield with that. And thanks for having me up, Dana.
Appreciate you. I want to get a couple more questions, and I'll just open up the floor on the speaker's floor here. But a couple more questions on YouTube. Israel says, speaking of white supremacy, did the Republicans also have a hand in the mass incarceration of blacks? Good question.
100, because that let me push back on that. We were talking about that earlier, not push back but agree with it. The prison industrial complex, they set up these private prisons and they have beds basically that need to be fulfilled or they don't get paid by the government. If they got empty beds, then they put out these quotas for these police officers to go collect people, pull people over for a little speeding ticket, set up the speeding trap, whatever. And if it's over and then they find something on them or plant something on them, it happens. And that's the thing, they need to bring this money back in, or people back in, bodies to fill those beds so those prisons can get paid. Otherwise they're not getting paid. And then on top of that, last thing here is the suppliers of the commissary that goes in there. You got Cheney Bros, I think, supplies them. Cheney Company. Oh, who's that? Dick Cheney? I don't know. Sounds like it.
Mhm.
So these people are capitalizing on the prison industrial complex. They're stealing from the military and industrial complex. All of these, the medical industrial complex, ConAgra, the food industrial complex. They are These are evil people that we're all dealing with, and I don't care what race, color, whatever. If you believe in God and you believe in that there is evil on this earth, we need to come together and fight this evil and take it down. Whether it's Republican, Democrat, I don't care. I came from libertarianism after Obama turned out. I saw he was Bush Jr. 2.0, and I dropped that. I was like, man, this guy's just continuing the Patriot Act. He's continuing the Bush agenda, and he took us from Bush. Before Bush, I'll be real quick. Before Bush, we were at $4.57 trillion in national debt. He took us up to 10, just about 10, 9.79 trillion in national debt. Obama doubled down, took us up to 20 trillion. Now keep in mind, for people that don't know this, those created programs that require spending and then CRs and all that stuff. So regardless of that, Trump came in office, he started rolling back that stuff, cutting it back. It takes a long time to slow down that snowball that's been going downhill and building momentum and mass. So he started rolling back, cutting back, and he was doing great the first 3 years. Now, Hillary Clinton went straight to Europe right when she lost to go plot and plan, and we get hit with COVID. Now, I hear this from Republicans? I hear this from Democrats. Oh, it's a Trump vaccine. No, he's a president. He's not a scientist. He's not a doctor. So that Operation Warp Speed was on the books for like whatever. It's just something that he implemented as a reaction to they called him a xenophobe because he didn't want people coming into the country. You can't win with some of these people. They're just ridiculous. So that he also proposed ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, which they later on admitted were effective treatments, but they needed to blackball those treatments so they could pass their EUA or emergency use authorization, which is illegitimate in my opinion, considering there were treatments available. So as far as people blaming Trump on that, now, also, the Congress wrote up the stimulus, right, that went to all these businesses that a lot of people hustled and like they lied and they stole money in regards to that. And, you know, that's these people. That's the same fucking establishment. Excuse me, I almost cursed, but it's the same establishment, and they've been robbing the people for a long, long time. And Trump's exposing that, and Doge is coming in, and Trump has every right to do that. That was a department created by Clinton and then further by Obama, and he just changed the name on it and put appointed what's it called, Elon to run game. And we have the right as the American people to know the truth of the corruption and crimes that have been done by our government. And I
Well,
don't know
let
why
me.
anyone's
I
talking
want to
about it.
swing it. I
I'll
don't want to
yield.
go. I don't want to go into Doge. I want to swing it back to this particular question. With did the Republicans also have a hand in the mass incarceration of blacks? And you did answer that. And so
Yes,
to answer that question, yes, both parties did. Whether it was one party issuing bills, another party capitalizing off via capitalism, via business. So both parties had a hand in it. That's just that's part of the fabric of America. So going back to the beginning of this space when I was asking a question, why don't white people talk about racism or race? And somebody made a comment on YouTube to that point, and I thought it was a really good comment, saying most people don't speak about the things that don't negatively affect them. And that makes sense. And I think that's probably one of the main reasons. I'm not saying, oh, because you don't talk about it, maybe you are racist or you're a bad person. No, it's not that. The reason why I asked that question, because I would really like for people, white people, to sometimes think about that question or ask yourself, yeah, why don't we? uh, this is the
I
thing.
do.
This is a thing to where it's not a thing, but black lineage, do have this psychology, what do you call it, psychology from slavery, from being enslaved. I forgot the name, But Professor Dr. Joy DeGruy, she wrote a book, and I'm drawing a blank. But when you talk about the psychology of being having your lineage and your ancestors enslaved, Jim Crow, and racism, it plays differently with Black people. But at the same time, white people, their lineage, their ancestors here, you suffer from some type of psychology of racism in a different way, but it still affects white people. So, and that's a whole nother different topic, and I'm not trying to go down that rabbit hole, but it's just a question that I brought up that I would like for all of us to just ask ourselves, to ourselves or whatever. But I think this explanation, most people don't talk about things that don't negatively affect them. And that goes for a array of things. So yeah.
I agree.
As a
I
non-white, non-black person, I consider myself, I speak up about it, and definitely, we know the Margaret Sanger, Rockefeller, the eugenicist program that they've had pushed and implemented that inspired Hitler and eugenics, right? These people have been trying to take out the black community. It's true. It's no lie. And those were white people, but it doesn't matter. They're just evil people in my perspective. So yeah,
I agree.
it's been a
Well,
long
it's
time,
not
and
about
with the
all
crack in the
right, but
hoods in the 80s.
it's not about per people per se. Because listen, individuals, you're not going to agree with what somebody says, no matter what gender or race they are, or even sexuality. I'm not talking about individuals. So for me, the whole term of white supremacy is systemic. It's about a system, not just here in America, but throughout this world. Each country has their own type of systemic superiority, and oppression, and
So
somebody.
why do we group it like that, as in white supremacy? Obviously, there's people that are oppressed by the same that might be white that are
Well,
oppressed by the same
that term,
supremacy.
but
Elite supremacy might be.
that term was coined, I believe around um the 19th century.
but
Because
but
these people
but Dana,
running
I don't.
stuff,
What I don't
they're not
understand.
like us,
What I don't understand about a lot of this is it, how are you today individually, if you were to say on each person here in this space, how are you directly affected by these things today, not by the history of it, but by actually today? Are you affected in the last 5, 10 years, or even more than that, in your own life? Since, let's say, you're 30, 40, I'm 41, have you been affected by these things? And if you haven't, I don't understand how that trauma lives within you. I mean, I'm Italian. Italians, when they first came over, my family, when they first came over in the late 1800s, they were uh, discriminated against. But like when I think about then where
yeah,
we,
without papers.
yeah, exact WAP and do not apply, right? So my grandfather, I guess dealing with that, he decided to join La Cosa Nostra and the mafia. And so that became like a point of pride for the family at that point. And so you do what you need to do to survive. And I don't know, maybe it's just me, I'm projecting my own feelings on this, but like I'm not worried about the past. I'm worried about right now and what I'm going to do right now to not only continue moving forward, but to get what I need to get and to do what I want to do. And so I don't understand this like generational trauma that gets passed down. Like shit.
So one of the things, right, and
Yeah.
and I agree with you, to a certain point. So Dr. Joy DeGruy is the post traumatic slave syndrome, right? That's her book, and it's nonfiction, and it's a great book, and I'm not finished with mine. I'm actually reading it and doing a workbook, but it's passed down through culture, through being what you're taught in your household with your parents, but also I'm just speaking from as a Black American. When we talk about whatever traumatic traumas passed down, every culture has that. Now, it may not be the same experience as a Black American, but every culture has something passed down to them in their family, traumatic or whatever. For instance, outside of America, when we look, let's say the country of India, they have a caste system to this day, and that's been going on for thousands of years, for centuries, right? And who's at the top, right? What I believe is the Hindus, but when you look at the people at the top of their caste
The
system,
Brahmins.
and those people,
Brahmins.
Brahmins and Hindus, yeah. So let's
Brahmins
just
are
take those two at the
Hindus,
top. Okay,
but there are
fine.
other
Let me just
Hindus
finish.
down from
Okay,
there.
can I just finish what I was saying? Please, please let me just finish. Please, I don't care what you call them. If it's Brahmin is Hindu and I say Hindu, then Hindu. Let me just say Hindu. Because when you look at the caste system, the people at the top in India, and those people, let's say they migrate out of India, whether they go to London or whether they come here, who are those people here? Vivek, his family is of Hindu. JD Vance, his white family. So that being part of that top of the caste system, where you are from, where your lineage is from, that carries with you throughout this world. So particularly for Black Americans, systemically, which is a fact, Black people have been put at the bottom of that caste system for centuries, since the conception of the United States of America. Now, outside of slavery, when slavery ended in 1865, there were public policies, which, i.e., again, is systemic because we're talking about our government here. So whether it's by state and whether it's by federal, it's public policies that were implemented to limit our ability to move forward, let's say economically, socially, and everywhere, educationally. So when you have public policies, even to this day, so going to your point, how does that affect you today? A lot of things don't affect me today because there are a lot of people before me that sacrificed their life, their time, and their livelihood so that I could sit up here and do what I do and be more free. However, public policies overall dictate where we live, how we're educated, how much money we make, our health, and people don't understand that concept. But that is very relevant today. However, if you are not educating yourself and not relying on the school system, and this is for all Americans, then we are going to grab onto these narratives, such as what the left is doing right now through like legacy media. We're going to grab onto these negative narratives that, yes, I'm still oppressed, but they're not really telling you why, quote unquote, you are oppressed and the things you could do to combat that.
Yeah, and that's a
If that
communist ideology, right? A lot of times. I mean, so Dana, like you made a lot of good points, specifically about the public policies that were in place maybe 30 years ago as the latest point, right? Or the earliest point, or I'm sorry, the latest. But going back before that, yeah, even more so, it was reflective of being something that did hurt Black people. But I have one of my best friends. He grew up in Compton. He went to school. His mom put him in private schools, and he got into finance and banking and started his own business. And he's a colleague of mine, and he makes over $1 million a year. He has his own house in a very nice area. He is about to get married, and he's like growing his own food, has his own like farm going, all these different things, and he was able to get out of that circumstance and area. So I think a lot of it comes down to putting your nose to the grindstone and just figuring out what you want to do and then making good decisions based upon that. I I I I just
Can I
don't find.
ask you a question?
Sure.
You said his mom. You said his mom. Where was his dad? Was he around?
His dad was around. Yeah, he had both parents. Both parents. I mean, his mom died, and
Okay.
yes, his
Okay.
both
Just a
parents were
question.
around. But
Yeah,
it's
that is very
Yeah,
critical.
I agree with that. Oh, and I'm gonna come to you. I'm sorry, Dor. I'm gonna just say this, and then Dwight, you have the floor. I agree with that, Peter. But one of the I would say this. a lot of times, so I don't when I see, let's say, a particular area of poverty, right, and it's predominantly black. Now you have a lot of areas that's predominantly white and it's poverty stricken, but just focus on black people for a minute. I don't automatically say, oh, white supremacy is keeping them there. That's not the first thing that I go to. There are other factors when we're talking about today and today's time, right? And I also look at the environment. I also look at, okay, what is the child learning from the parents? Is both parents not so much in the household but in that child's life? There's a lot of factors that come into play that are just so out of order when you're talking about poor a poor community, whether it's poor black or poor white. So there are different factors. um
I
and
would
some
agree with you, right? And for me, and I always
Go ahead, Doris.
whenever we have these conversations, I always say it's not about race, it's class and education. It's a class and education issue because if you are from a higher class, upper echelon, and you are educated, that is the biggest predictor of if you're going to have success moving forward. It's really just a result of people not getting the information and also the environment they're growing up in. Like you just said, what are the parents instilling in the child in the home? Are they there? Are they taking an active role in the education? What are they telling the children? This.
So one more thing,
Yeah.
one more thing I want to implement there. Then I'll give the floor to you, Dwight. So right, so we both agree on that. So let me just throw this out there when we talk about systemic, right? The system. But when you look at drugs and guns that our government allows to come in here, whether it's by boat, they intentionally flooded in predominantly black communities. And why do you do that? Because when you have these destruction of guns and drugs illegally, when you have a lot of illegal activities or illegal weapons to utilize for profit or to gain some type of power, then you start looking at the destruction or deterioration of community. Also, when you talk about the crack era, which then when the drugs came in, they were definitely flooded into the black community. So and that was public policy. That's definitely systemic when we talk about white supremacy, with the government doing things and putting things in communities instead of resources like they do, like they give the illegals to uplift them. They abstract a lot of those resources from the black community, and then you replace it with guns and drugs
So
and
I would
everything
agree with you on
else.
that, and the war on drugs.
Yeah.
It's inherently racist. You could look at the 100 to 1 crack ratio, right? You would need 100 grams of powder cocaine in order to get the same sentence as 1 gram of crack cocaine. And
Joe
the
Biden
predominant
pointed that out, right? And
Correct. The predominant
hearing.
user of it being people that were in a lower socioeconomic footing, because of how easy it is to make crack cocaine and how it increases the hit and the purity of it, when you are cooking it. So yeah, I would totally agree with you in that aspect. But this is all part and parcel of to create a permanent underclass, right? And that goes again towards education and what is happening in the home environment, and who was the one who was responsible for destroying the home environment. And it all goes back to the Democrats.
Well,
It wasn't the
they pump
Republicans
these
pushing these
drugs
things.
and guns in there, right? And that's illegal, and that gives you grounds to arrest people and incarcerate them. Boom.
Yep. And then you now you have people that you could eat even
I'm
more.
sorry,
Go
real
ahead. Go
quick,
ahead.
Dwight, were you trying to say something? I just want to make sure, is your microphone working, Dwight?
Yeah, yeah. Now I was just,
Okay.
I wanted to tap it in. Okay, so now we have all of that squared off. We know where the problem is, right? So I want everybody to pay attention, like I said, to the D class, right? Our kids, right? The reason why they come after our kids is because they know for a fact that you can't teach a old dog new tricks. They ain't coming after us. They're coming after our kids. So we have to make sure, like everybody's looking at it. we educate them, right? We don't just send them off to the school, throw them on the school bus, and just give them away to our schools. And then when they come back, you know, we're traumatized, like you said, what the book said. We're traumatized by our kids not having the attention they need to figure out how do they learn, how do they cope with other kids, how do they fare in society. Some kids have an advantage because they're a little faster than others, and those so forth so on, and making sure that you ain't quick to throw these kids on drugs, medication, I would say, to say, okay, learn this and learn that. Pay attention to the kids, right? As parents, as men. And men, we have to be diligent on how we listen. We have to listen. We too often we jump the gun, we get angry. My mom used to always tell me, a man that's always talking loud and arguing is a bitch ass, what. And the reason why she used to always say that is because most men have to listen to fix things, right? And a woman, majority of the times, is the one that's doing all the itching and the complaining. So we have to be diligent as men to come out and protect our kids. Watch the D class. Watch who these people bring out. If it ever comes to the light, and I pray it do. Watch the people that has been, you know, uh, trafficking these kids, raping these kids, doing these things to our kids, because they know for a fact that if you can raise up a generation of kids to believe in this trauma and traumatize them and have the fear, of man instead of the fear of the spirit of God, you will realize that this thing is getting deep. It's deep. We have to look at that proportion of life. And men, we can get back to the stage where we can actually, run our households, do the things that we need to do, protect and provide, if we just pay attention to our kids. Is the systemic? Yes, it is. We know it is, but we always come forth and get past it. You know why? Because we need our women to adjust to getting back to making sure that we are in peace at our homes. And how will we get peace? We listen. Don't be quick to jump. Don't be quick to get loud. Pray on things. You know what I mean? Be that person. Only let that animal come out when it's necessary. Like if somebody breaking your house or something like that. But you have to be logical. You have to be logical in your thinking when you're doing things as men, right? So, but pay attention to the kids. I let my plane there.
Real quick, for anybody say anything, Xander is a new speaker. So I want go ahead, Xander, because I know you've been waiting for a minute, and then the floor is open.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, one of the most offensive things I've ever heard somebody do is try to compare another group or race of people to what black people have faced in this country. It would be 100% ignorance to think that somehow when you get a group of people who literally built a country from scratch and has never been one penny to complain about any demands that that group of people will make. Let me give you an example. If you have a child that cuts their finger off at 9, it doesn't grow back at 12. So when you have all this generational wealth that has been accumulated, that has been produced by a group of people who have never been compensated, and you say, okay, well now since we have a civil rights act, we're not going to compensate you. It should be over with, and now I don't see how that could affect you today. That is dumb. If somebody is really that stupid, they should almost be put in prison for 20 years just for thinking like that. Now, I remember as a black male growing up, through 70s, 80s, 90s. From 1996 up to 2007, I was pulled over 247 times. I had 4 tickets and only 2 of them stuck. What made me start keeping track is after 1995, I said, damn, I'm getting pulled over a lot. And at the time I had a Cadillac, so maybe that might have justified a lot of it to people. Now, When you look at the laws that have been put in place, this system was based upon race. There's no other bigger factor. It was based on race. No Italian, Irish, nothing. Were on probation to be white to begin with. You had every other privilege that any other white supremacist has. These are just facts. Now, if you can tell me what year racism ended, you would have a point. And I'll guarantee you cannot tell me that. So explain to me what year racism ended. I'm just going to tell you something. There's no such thing as progressive racism. So explain to me how you can get a group of people, like I said, it's been over 400 years in this country, never been compensated for building the country or any of the labor. And not just that, let's take a look at the patents that were not been received any type of funds from. Then when you look at a lot of the music that we created, why is it that you get NBA, NFL teams, they're over 80% black, but the people who make the most white? So you have to understand, and this is something else. I will guarantee you, anybody who's not a black American, who's any other race, this will show you that they're really not serious about coming together to solve the problem. If you ask any of them, what's your number one agenda in this country? Any white person, I will guarantee you it will not be giving these black people reparations for all the stuff we've stolen from them historically. None of them will be. And when you you saying, well, I have a friend that has got successful, a black person. You cannot break racism down into an individualism. It's based on a group. You cannot be racist against one person. It's a group phenomenon. That's why it's called racism. You have to do it by a group. And if you can explain to me how in the world can you be taken seriously about justice in this world if your number one issue isn't correcting the greatest evil that's ever been done in the history of this country? Now I'm mute.
What about the Jews? When they were 400 years in the desert, did they get reparations for
Okay.
that?
All right. Well,
They got
okay. Let me
reparations.
explain to you what happened with the Jews. First of all, let me explain to you. Okay, when you're talking about Jews, first of all, there's 0% evidence that they were ever slaves for 400 years in a
Oh, they
desert
weren't. They
somewhere.
weren't in Egypt.
But
They
even at
weren't in
that,
Egypt slaves. They weren't.
Wait. Well,
No,
slow
okay.
they
down.
Well,
Wait,
how?
one
weren't.
second. One second.
They were
Wait, one second. One
mercenaries
second.
who
What?
felt enslaved because they were required to work on the monuments and temples that dealt with the Egyptian religion, and some of them had adopted Pharaoh Akhenaten's monotheism with Ra. And when
Yeah. One
Ramesses
second, Judge.
II,
One. Can you
70
wait?
years
Can you
later,
hold that for
started
one? Can you hold that thought for
There
one
you
reimposing
have
second? Can you
the
hear me?
Egyptian
Ask
Judge,
him if
pantheon,
you
they
can hear
can you
me.
hear
resented that they
Dana?
were required, like every other
Ask
Egyptian,
him if
high
he can
or
hear
low, to
me.
work on these monuments that had an intent to get the average Egyptian.
All right. Tell him to come back up because he couldn't hear me, and it's all over the place right about now.
I wanted to hear what he had to say
tell
because
them to come back up.
I know. I'm
I've
trying
always
to just give me a
go
second.
ahead.
Like everybody, just mute up for a minute because he couldn't hear me. So I need to make sure that the audio is the connection is correct. So just give me a
It's
minute.
going in and out, Dana.
What, mine?
Everybody, I see my phone. It keeps saying lost connection, bad connection, lost connection. So I think everybody's still doing it.
1 second.
I can hear you, and I'm muted up.
All right. Yeah, everybody, please just mute. Um, come back in. All right. Uh, yeah, because I had to take him down, and then I'm waiting for him to come back in or bring him back up. So, and he could have been talking. I don't know. I don't know because he was muted for a long time prior to that. All right. So while we wait for him to come back in, anybody wanted
Can
to
I
say?
answer the question? I'll answer the question. And then when you talk about Jews, notice how every time somebody says something is anti-Semitic, they're always saying it's towards a group of Jews who could literally classify as white.
Well,
I remember Whoopi,
well, once,
excuse
oh,
me.
this is what I wanted to say. The Jews from 400 years ago, Nazareth or whatever, those are not the Jews of today. So
Well, the point that
I don't.
I was making is that his initial what he let in with initially was saying that there's no group that can even hold a candle. Basically, I'm paraphrasing to what Black people had to have gone through in the United States, and
And that's a
if you
fact.
look at history, and I don't know, I didn't know that. I wanted to hear what Judge Joe said, because he's saying that no, they weren't actually slaves in Egypt,
He's
and
correct.
they were mercenaries. I
He's
never
correct.
heard this, so I wanted to get educated
And let
on
me
this.
and,
But
and let me
that
tell
was
you
the
about
point
these
that I
Jews
was
you're talking
making.
about in Europe. All right. But here's the point about those same white Jews. Those same white Jews helped to perpetuate the worst Holocaust in the history of this country in slavery also. They had rituals to where they would literally cut the private parts off of Black people and sell them at caravans. So they are not no moral standard to go by oppression. And then if you listen to a lot of even their white Gentile brethren, they talk about how a lot of these people that call themselves Jews have committed underhanded acts to basically drain their own economies, to blood suck other groups of people. But what I'm saying is this: you cannot those you cannot compare no other group to what Black had to face during chattel slavery, because those same people who claim, want you to be mad at Hitler, and which I say I don't condone nothing that Hitler's done either, but those same people were worse than Hitler by what they did to Black Americans. So, so can you explain to me how a group of people like that can be held up as a moral standard, even compared to what Black Americans have
I'm
suffered
not
at their
saying to hold
hands,
them.
along with other
I'm
white
strictly
people?
taking the point that you were making, saying that no other group in the history of the world went through the same type of trials and tribulations that Black people did with chattel slavery. I don't think that's
Oh,
accurate. I think there are many groups throughout history.
okay.
Go ahead.
Well, listen, it's very accurate, and then also it just what I'm speaking of is America, especially. See, like somebody can say something happened to somebody 3 billion years ago. You don't have a record of that. We have a record of what happened with Black Americans here in this country. So when you talk about it specifically, this country, the number one goal of America today should be restitution for Black Americans. Every white person can damn near starve their children out to make sure that that debt is paid, because there's nothing that compares to it. And then when you look at us today, when you say, okay, well, how come you look at the statistics even kept by white scholars, when you look at how Black people are at the bottom of every negative category that there is? Now, how can you be the hardest working people in the history of this country but still be the poorest? So that means there was a system set up to perpetuate this type of oppression. So when you speak of Black Americans, if your number one goal is not to fix that evil, you're really not serious about healing America at all. I mute.
Well, let me just say this. Like, I've been in plenty of rooms where the discussion of reparation has been, talked about, discussed amongst blacks and whites. And there's a lot of intelligent people on both sides. And I think the problem reason why, like, to what your discussion is, brother, is the fact that of how this is our main topic. We want to push this because, okay, look, we have these platforms now, like spaces, to be able to speak on these topics, right? So we're speaking on them and we're trying to get this point across. But what I come to discover when I'm in these spaces and when this topic do arises, a lot of people, they're going to either run away from it, say it ain't this, it ain't that, or they just plain out just go to a different subject. And I've realized that the people that penetrate the conversation to it being okay, you know what, we're getting somewhere, are the ones that have a level head. You have a level head. You're an intelligent man. But we as a group, we have to say it to ourselves too. Like, when are we? If we did? Let's say we got the money. What's the action plan? What are we gonna do with it? Right?
All right,
Everybody.
so give me a second, guys, because the judge, he just said When he clicked the link, it's saying space unavailable.
Because you
So
removed
tell
him,
him.
didn't you?
Yeah,
I had to, yeah, I dropped him down.
Yeah, but
So is that what the,
yeah, if you
oh,
remove him, then he can't come back in the space because you
yeah, he
removed
oh
him.
my,
can't. Yeah.
oh my God. I don't have time for this. All right. Jeez.
You would have
And
to
that's
give him
because
like you have to give him like an alt account to go in, come in on.
he has, like, if he has another X account.
Correct.
Yeah. God. All right. Go ahead. Finish talking.
So when we get in these conversations, um, and we had different group of black men speaking on the topic, and I realized the one that penetrated the most with this to get a concluded um, outcome was the one that actually brought the facts, and they spoke well and calmly. A lot of the times people won't listen to us because we're so passionate about what we want and what we should demand. Cool. It's fine if you can do it in a way, in a manner where the conversation can be a real conversation. Now, and I'm not, and you're doing your job. You're doing your job specifically. You're doing it well. You're speaking well. I'm just say this. Just make sure you continuously get people behind the movement of what that really means for everybody. Because I'm gonna tell you the truth. Like, even if they gave me money, I'm a shoebox kind of man. You know what I mean? I grew up, you know what I'm saying, selling candy outside of my mama's house, right? And then that turned into weed, and then that turned into other things. But I don't need nobody to give me no handout. It's good if they give it to us, but what's the plan behind it, right? We got guys that's like Dr. Claude Anderson that propose these great plans, but like I say, I'm a shoebox guy. Like, if he's gonna speak, if someone's gonna speak for all of us to get these, to get qualified for this, we already qualified, but to get these reparations passed and these conversations pushed through, we gotta all be on the same page. And I'm with you with it.
Can I answer that question? When you ask what are we gonna do with the money? When you get paid by your employer, is it up to them to decide how you spend your
I
money?
work for myself.
See, this is a debt that's OWED. It's not a handout. Now, the when you're talking about like the Homestead Act, those were
Right.
handouts. This is something that's owed to Black Americans. That means everybody in this country outside of us is obligated to pay that debt. Just like how Black Americans, we never did nothing to no Native Americans, but we're actually charged. Our tax dollars had to go with paying for Native Americans. We didn't do nothing. We didn't commit no Holocaust against these Jews in Germany, but our tax dollars went to help them.
Okay, so
So the
So
thing
would you
is this:
so would
we're
you
the
agree that
we're the only group of people that has never been compensated for that for the worst Holocaust
would you be
according to
would you be in agreement that do you believe that because we have these platforms now and we can speak about these things, do you think that we are on a great path to being successful in getting the things that owe to Black America with this current administration?
what I now here's the thing about this administration. Now, see, one thing that when you're a black, especially a black male growing up in America, you have to understand that racism is your biggest obstacle. That's like a universal group obstacle to a black male. So I'm not under any delusion that, okay, well, we elect some party, now all of a sudden everything's going to be fine for us. Because here's why. You have to understand that when you're 14% of the population, that we live in a social democracy. That means the majority wins, the minority loses.
so 1 second,
I
guys.
Wrong.
know
We're
that
in a constitutional republic with aspects of democracy.
we're in a social democracy. A social democracy is
What's a
what we
social
live in.
No,
democracy?
we're not.
Yeah, what is that? What is a
That
social
means that the
No,
democracy?
we
majority
we
wins.
this is a republic.
Democracy is mob rule. That means the majority rules. There's checks and balances in place to keep
Yeah,
that.
but the United States is a republic. It's not a social democracy or social. But anyway,
I
listen.
know.
So one second. So the judge can't get back in because I didn't know when you drop someone out the space, they can't come back in the space. I don't
So
know, which
Dana,
is
Dana,
crazy.
somebody that's in the space just DM'd me, and they said that you can let him back in. That you have to go. Let me read what he just said. He said you have to go to settings, room settings, and you could remove him off the block list. The settings are in the upper right hand corner for everyone. Yeah, there'll be options there. So if you go into
Oh, adjust where it says adjust settings.
correct,
Adjust settings.
and
Only people you invite to speak. What?
and there should be a block list. They should. It's three circles in the top. You click the three
Current
circles,
speakers will not be affected.
and then
Only people you invite to speak. I don't see nothing about a block list here. So it can't be all right. So it's not in the settings of this actual space. Is it in the settings of my profile?
I'm waiting for him to answer. He's listening to what you're saying now.
Oh,
There's three circles in the top, and then there's
another
settings
option,
and
Dana.
options.
I believe you could click on the little people and might see him there on the list as removed or something along that line.
Click on what little people?
Yeah,
Oh,
that
down
next to the
below.
magic wand. Yeah.
List. Oh, removed. Oh,
You
here we
found it?
go. Yes, yes, yes.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
There
allow
we
to
go.
join. Okay,
All
there I
right, work.
go.
And just went to bed.
All right. So then let me send him this because no, his ass on X tweeting now about other stuff. All right, let me call him. Go ahead, y'all can finish talking. I'm about to call him.
I want to hear the definition of
Okay,
the social democracy.
when you say we live in a republic, I know. Listen, I know this is supposed to be a republic, but what I'm telling you, when you add race to the factor, it's a social democracy because right now most of the people in this country are white. So if every white person devoted all of a sudden we want to have a holiday, this holiday on a Friday, and all the black folks devoted not to, we're going to have that holiday. So let's not be delusional. That's what I mean by a social democracy. Do you think we would want to live at the bottom of every rung of American society? Be the least compensated, never have been compensated for the worst Holocaust recorded in history in this country? We live in a social
Does
democracy.
should
So
Oprah
therefore, when it comes,
should Oprah get reparations and LeBron James and Barack
oh yes,
Obama?
yes, 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 because let me tell you why. Every time it comes time for now, we're the only group that people do this to. Nobody said this to those white Jews. Well, should Steven Spielberg get that Holocaust money? It's only when it comes to black
I would say the
Americans
same
that
thing.
all of a
He
sudden
shouldn't
they
be
want
getting
to
it
point out,
either.
wait a minute, hold on, wait a second. When we only comes to us, like I said, it was happened to a group of people. They didn't say let's pick out a few basketball players. It happened to a whole group. We were oppressed as a group. So yes, it's owed to every black American that descended from US slavery in this country.
So should I get
I mean,
reparations for my grandfather being denied being able to work?
who is your grand what your grand say that again?
My grandma. So when my family came over here from Italy, there was discrimination against Italians. There was no WAPs need apply to work, right? And
Okay. All right, now let me stop you
go
right
ahead.
there. Every Italian, you guys were classified as white like you are today. And then secondly, you guys chose to come over here. You
Unless you're Sicilian.
it was given to us as a gift.
I am Sicilian. That's right.
You understand what?
Then you might
Okay.
be part
So
black.
therefore, you guys, you came with poverty you brought with you. That's like if a Hispanic comes across the border tonight and talks about how poor he is and how he's not getting a job. Well, you chose to come here. It was given to us as a gift. You understand?
Right, because you were brought over here. You're saying, or your ancestors. You weren't brought over here. You
Well,
are free here.
well, wait a minute. Hold on. Now wait a minute. Wait a minute. Most of the black people in America were here before slavery. That's something else. That's a big misnomer. My ancestors go back beyond, like say, probably 700 years here, and I do have some that came over during slavery. But the fact is, we're the only non-immigrants in this country. Everybody else here is an immigrant.
So you're
So they came
so
here
you're
by
a Native
choice.
American.
Part.
What I'm saying is the first people here were black. The red Indians came after us. And yes, there is some red in there too. But like I said, we're the only non-immigrants in this country. I mute.
But if you're a Native American, can't you collect under the Native American Reparations Act, right? For getting like a
No,
no.
no, no, because they had this thing called the blood quantum law. Because most of these red Indians were racist against black Americans. That's why all 5 civilized tribes fought on the side of the Confederacy. You understand?
Yo, real quick, a
This
lot
is
of this comes down to the miseducation of the Americans. Because a lot of this stuff that this brother is saying, most Americans don't even know. And it's a shame.
Yeah, I
Can
was about to
somebody
say,
please
nah, he don't
message the
understand.
judge on? Wait, I'm sorry. Can somebody please message the judge on X
You want me to
because
call him
I'm trying to
on
text
X?
him and call him, and it's going straight to voicemail because he must got his phone like on do not disturb, but he's on X tweeting and not paying attention to his text. So somebody at him, because if not, I'm about to close out in 5 minutes because I don't got time for that.
well, this is new information for me. Do you have any type of literature that you could point me to or books that I could read up on this?
If you look up, I'll give you some. Look up the Dawes Roll, DAWES. That was a role that like when they were going to make a deal with certain what they called Native American tribes, the red ones, to give them certain benefits. There were a bunch of white people who came up and said, "Hey, why don't you put me on there?" They said, "Well, we can't because you're not an Indian." They said, "Well, I'll give you $5 to put me on the Dawes Roll," and they literally paid $5. So that's why you have a lot of whites today that are, but somehow they say I'm 1/16 Cherokee because they had ancestors that got put on this Dawes roll for $5. Now, when you're talking about black people, here's the thing about us. There was 5 civilized tribes: Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Creek, and Seminole. All of them fought on the side of the Confederacy. Then there's a thing called the blood quantum law. You can Google this right now. And because of that, that gave a lot of those something that now white folks didn't have nothing to do with that. These are the red Indians that came up with this to basically exclude black people from some of the benefits that should have been going to us that they got from this
What
government.
is it called? Quantum blood, you said?
Blood quantum law.
Okay.
Please, can I say something?
Um, 1 second. Prolific. You didn't get a chance to speak.
He's on his way back in, Dana. I just spoke to him.
Oh, you did.
Yeah, I called him on X DMs, you know.
Yeah, and and that's crazy because he's on X, so he gonna pick up that phone
Well, he
and not
probably
his
has the
real phone,
notifications on and he's on the phone, so he sees it coming through on his screen through
and
X app.
he don't see none of his texts on his cell
I
phone.
don't know.
I don't get it. I
Just
don't. That's
kicked
crazy.
out. He done left.
All right, so go ahead. Prolific. You didn't get a chance to speak.
Good evening, everyone, and Ms. Dana, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Um, with regards to the topic, I think that what happened to black people. First of all, though, I'm using the word black because that's what everybody was saying, but I don't think that anybody should be referred to as black because there is no beauty in the black color. Black is obscured, so I don't think they should refer to any group of people as black because black is not something that is good by definition. But that being said,
Are you trolling? I don't have time for this. I
no,
really don't.
no, I'm not trolling. I'm just
So where you have an accent? Are you because you're not American? Where are you from?
I, I'm not an American, but my parents are people of color from Africa, so I'm
What do
not.
you mean people of color? Are you from South Africa?
I'm from East Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And you
So
don't consider yourself black because you're saying black is a negative definition in in the dictionary.
yes,
Okay. All
yes.
right. Thank you. Have a good
So
night.
I'm not trolling. So
As if that's your honestly, if that's your logic, I mean, we could have a little quick laugh. It's late. It's 1 a.m. here on the East Coast, and I could laugh for a second, and then I'm just gonna drop you down a listener because I don't have time to. I'm not going to entertain that type of ideology at all because
um,
it's your personal opinion, it's your personal way of how you look at yourself and how you look at wherever you come from and your people there. You have a right to your own personal thing, but please don't come up in here with you know elementary thinking. Everyone that came up here and spoke, whether it was their opinion or facts or whatever, they had some sense and intelligence. And I just don't entertain ignorant tethers.
I think
yeah,
you're just
well,
trolling.
uh, nobody has the monopoly of knowledge. So what they are saying might be
Yeah, there
incorrect.
are some people that don't there it's not about monopoly of knowledge, it's just about having knowledge and you have none at all. So I'm just gonna drop you
No,
down a
no,
listener
no,
because
no,
I'm not in
no,
the mood to entertain it.
We don't
no.
think like that in America. We don't think that black is bad. We don't. I mean, we just don't. It's just it's people, just our friends, our family, our neighbors. We don't think it's bad at all. It's normal.
Yeah, he doesn't like black because he's saying the word black in the dictionary is something
Yeah, but
negative.
that's not. Yeah, so we don't think like that. I'm sorry,
Yeah, then
sir.
he read that
Yeah,
out the
I just dropped
Webster
him down. I
white
don't think the
man
judge is
dictionary.
coming back.
'Cause
Adam,
I'm
can you
saying,
call him again and be like,
I,
what is
I'm.
he doing? What did he
I don't
say?
know East Africa, but when you come here, it's not even a. Nobody's tripping like that.
Adam, what did he say? Adam was muted. Maybe he calling him now. I don't know. Because if he don't come up in about 2 minutes, oh, I'm about to go to sleep. Because he's on X. The judge is on X tweeting. He tweeting his ass off. He's texting me tweets, but ignoring my text. I don't understand. He ain't picking up the phone. He's not replying to my text, but he's texting me tweets that he reposted.
But Dana, I would like to find out if somebody thinks black is bad in Africa. I, I mean, that's a phenomenon I would like to understand. I, 'cause
It's
I, I,
don't
I
try to
don't get
understand.
it.
Can I
He
explain
was
it
a
to her?
troll.
I think what he's
He
meaning
was a
is
troll.
he might have been trolling, but I think what he means is the racial construct term behind it. I hear a lot of Moors from the Moor Science Temple. They be talking that we not black talk. So I think what he was referring to was some of the stuff that the Moors be saying, that racial construct term and stuff like that. That we not black. Um, some cats want to say we're Moors or we're this. So I think kind of he was trying to interpret it that way. I could be wrong, but that's kind of what I was getting.
Oh, because it's like Indy left, like, he said, I'm white. And then, so I don't know. This is getting too complicated.
So Adam, did you call him? Did he pick up?
Yeah, and he said he's gonna join up, but
Oh, wait, because he's tweeting right now. He just tweeted something else. Like he is
I,
he stays on X a lot.
Is
well,
he
sent him an
being a
and
invite
diva?
via
have you
DM
ever seen
too.
He's a
the
diva.
have you ever seen the scene in the movie Malcolm X when they read the dictionary and they read the definition of black and white? Have you ever seen that scene?
No, tell me about it.
Oh
That was a movie,
wow, you
yeah.
never seen that? Okay.
But what?
Yeah.
No,
Wait,
Yeah,
I was
Malcolm
what's
X
probably
was
wrong with that,
working.
bad.
Indy? Because that was a
That was a
movie.
She
movie.
tried to
Exposed
tell she tried to tell
the
me about
Democrats
black
pretty
people.
hard.
She ain't even never seen that movie. Okay.
What
I'm
Malcolm
done.
X
I'm
movie?
done.
I've seen it, and I love it, man. I like Malcolm X.
It's just
I
like when
didn't
you
say
got
I
some
didn't like
cats who
him.
say I'm an Asiatic. So it's just in how you interpret it. Because you got some black people who say, well, I'm an Asiatic. So or I'm Semitic. So it's just or I'm Kemetic. So it's just in how you identify. But what I would tell people is knowledge of self is key.
Okay, he get on my he make me upset now because he keeps retweeting stuff. And Adam, he talking about he telling you he's coming up. It's getting late. I'm tired.
I hear that.
I'm tired, and I don't think he's coming.
Can,
I
can I
really,
make one statement, Dana?
of course.
Okay, thank you. Being of a Bosnian Yugoslavian background, I've had family members put in concentration camps, tortured, uh, beaten, to an extent that they had another cellmate or prisoner or concentration camp mate bite off my relative's testicles. I'll just keep it grammatical. And that's the level of inhumane torture and, people of my lineage, let's just say, were treated not so long ago in the 90s.
And that
Um,
can happen in a psych unit
so
right
to
now.
add to that, the person that tortured him, his last name was Tadic, right? And my Americanized name is Karabachi, but it's originally Karabasic. So this guy. You could look him up, Emir, Emir Karabasic, and you'll see his torturer was his last name is Tadic. Now you look nowadays. I've looked at the Karabachi family, like back over there, or the Karabasic family, and you have Karabasic married to Tadic family members. So, I think, even with that, what happened on there, that they seem to be, I don't know, the families, but the governments obviously aren't, still up to par. It's they balkanized it. They took Yugoslavia and broke it up. But it used to be the Kingdom of Bosnia, the Kingdom of Serbia, and that's where that whole beef with basically when the Ottoman Empire came in, and the Bosnians kind of like some converted, and they work with the Ottomans. The Serbians have this long beef with them because they didn't stand with them against the Ottoman Empire. They kind of like were went along with it. And so that's where that old beef comes from between Bosnians and Serbs. Just
Can we
wanted to
talk
throw that
about
context.
can we talk about your history with Amin al Husseini and the Mandatory Palestine and also
But
with
Kim,
Hitler?
no, that's
No,
that's
yeah,
way too deep right
we
about
just got
now.
the judge back. So, yeah.
With Hitler, and then what
Yeah.
about the slave
Wait,
trade,
hold on for a
the
second,
Arab
Henrietta.
slave trade?
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah,
one.
hold on for a
Arabs
second.
are the biggest slave owners.
And yeah, and it's still going on to this day. Josh, can you hear us? You're muted.
Henrietta, I put that Malcolm X dictionary scene
All
in
right,
the chat.
I got
all
a
right.
Malcolm X
Thank
scene that I'm gonna
you.
drop for you in the pill too. There, Indy.
Where is it?
Judge, I was.
Indy
It's
left.
funny.
Where is
It's
it?
funny
I hear
how.
you.
Yeah, it's funny how
Yeah, I
I
put
was
it in the
calling your
purple
phone.
pill.
It was going
I don't
straight
know
to
what that
voicemail.
is.
1 second, guys. I was calling your phone. It was going straight to voicemail. But then when Adam called you via X, you picked right up
I didn't hear you. I
It's
because you
the
had your phone on Do Not
I
Disturb.
don't
That's
have it
why.
on.
it's
Do
the
not.
little purple
I was
button at the
actually
bottom right. Do
posting.
you see it? The little chat down there, the little purple pill at the bottom right of your screen.
I don't have that.
All right, it doesn't matter. So, Judge, can you close this out? Because I got a hair appointment in the morning and it's getting late.
Well, I got to get on an airplane in the morning, but this I look at as war because it's us against, and I say us meaning normal humans against somebody that's trying to alter evolution and turn us into something else that hasn't worked and we don't want to be. So we have to stay focused and always be skeptical about anything you hear because the lie is rampant these days. And if they tell it loud enough and long enough, they get anybody, including the liar, to firmly believe it. So offset it with the truth. Don't be polite, confront, interrupt, and basically make yourself heard when you say it's not true. Now, when you say it's not true, don't fall for mythology yourself.
go out and check out what's going on. Now, with that, I'm out of here.
All right. Listen, thank you, everybody. Everybody on YouTube
Thank
that
you,
hung out with us.
Dana.
Thank you guys.
Thank you,
All the
Judge.
speakers. Yeah, all the speakers that came up. Appreciate you guys. Love everything what you guys had to say. Whether we agree or disagree, it doesn't matter. I really respect your comments and commentary. Everybody on YouTube, thank you guys. And next Tuesday. So everybody have a wonderful week. Stay safe. Stay blessed. All
Good.
right. Bye. Good night.